we have before us the opportunity to forge for ourselves and for future generations a new world order, a world where the rule of law, not the law of the jungle, governs the conduct of nations. When we are successful, and we will be, we have a real chance at this new world order, an order in which a credible United Nations can use its peacekeeping role to fulfill the promise and vision of the UN's founders.
The person who started this, because he had a mild acting career, to find out about Hollywood. Who pays you, John? You're a liar. You haven't even tried to reach me once. You texted me today after I put out a video because I got heads up on your smear tactique. Who's paying you? You live in a trailer? Like Gene Hackman and the negotiator listening on people, you and Kristen Wolf? Why do you care to attack me so much, John? And why did you get assigned to represent my model on that show Art Bell's episode? How come you didn't come to see the white elephant? You just picked up the phone. I recorded you hanging up on me, you fake. So anytime you want to call me back, like a man, okay, who doesn't twist MTV, schlocky sitcoms, whatever, from like 2001, try to twist them that they're pornography. I mean, how fucking desperate are you guys to stop this movement? Right? I'm the mountain in the way. And you fucking globalists came in here because you knew you were losing, and now you're fake, like you're the ones running the movement. Yeah, this is also on camera, John, that you're not picking up the phone and that you didn't call me. I don't wait for your phone call, but I got a real job. Right? I gotta make ends meet. Who pays your bills, buddy? How'd you buy that camper? You're a fucking phony, man. You're an ex-fucking Marine op, and you look at your old photos, you fit the physique, the profile of somebody who used to work for some fucking organization, and now you're shilling. 2 months wet behind the ear in Flat Earth, and you're an Art Bell show? Representing my model? Dude, you had your agents watching me real time on my wizard page, the Wizard Matt Powell, to see what I was going to say about the fucking interview, because I had heads up from Counter Intel that you were going to drop the bomb that night. You're bullshit, John. You're a greasy fucking fake hippie that used to have a short haircut and work for something fucking that has the structural violence in the government. And now you put up this fucking smear video. Get off my fucking model, you globalist. Get the fuck out of the movement. You're not moving the mountain. I started this shit in 2002 before fucking YouTube and Facebook. So eat it.
End of message. To erase this message.
Food safety has been a problem around the world for a really long time now, especially with the bovine growth hormone that is injected in cows, possibly making the risk of harming them much greater, as well as causing them to develop serious infections. The article Bovine Growth Hormone states that the bovine growth hormone is a synthetic hormone that is injected to cows to make them mature at a much faster rate, as well as to increase milk production. The article Bovine Growth Hormone also states that cows treated with the bovine growth hormone have shown higher incidence of mastitis, which is a bacterial infection of the udder, and therefore require antibiotics more often than cows not given the bovine growth hormone.
Do you know what the bovine growth hormone is?
Not really. I think I may have heard of it once, but I really don't know what it is or what it does.
Where may have you heard of it before?
I don't know, maybe an article I read or something in the news maybe. Don't really know much about it. Haven't heard much about it. Doesn't seem to affect me.
Are you aware that the bovine growth hormone can potentially be in the milk that you consume?
No, I didn't know that, but I don't really like that. I wouldn't want to drink it if it could be in the milk that I drink or in anything I eat.
My major concern for 15 years has been the genetic alteration of the human genome. Even when Dr. Ventnor and others were messing around, and obviously last week they announced they had an artificial life form, I got news for you. People saw what were in the laboratories of the black-funded projects, they would be aghast. It would make sci-fi thrillers seem like Little League. But you know what's really problematic is that we're seeing right now the spermicide, and that's the correct word for it, the spermicide that's been introduced into the genetically modified corn. And the question is, if they openly admit to one thing, what aren't they also admitting to? Now let's take, for instance, and I want to talk about this, and I'm trying to do it tactfully, but male enhancement products. We've got the feminization of the American male taking place on a genetic level. We've got the situation where all the plastic, the xenoestrogens, and you remember, Darren, you and I did a whole show on that. We have the chemical emasculation and the chemical, forced, if you will, eugenics of the spermicides. There is an intentional design to destroy the next generation of humans.
They already have a weapon for this. That's the whole point.
What's the weapon?
They already have a weapon for this new modern metrosexual
trend.
Male that's high out of his mind.
What is it?
American male. This new metrosexual American man who's high out of his mind on high heels. That was the whole point. Get those guys on high heels, on dope, high out of their mind, and then we just unload. It's like you see them getting tighter with the pants, the ankles are getting smaller, sperm count's going down, people are getting sissy, weak wrists, nobody wants to work, the me generation vanity, walking around trying to be different, getting metrosexualized, and then suddenly, why can't I be taller? Then the high heels start. Then the high heels start. And then the Vrebovlaska. That's what they call these. Vrebovlaskas. It's basically just a spinning saw that they send out and they cut it. They're flying. This is homophobic. Oh, this is racist. This whole thing is racist. This whole thing is racist and discriminatory. I'm being racist and I'm being homophobic, and like I'm so paranoid and xenophobic. See, I wouldn't have been able to do that with high heels. I challenge anybody with high heels to try to do this.
At what point, growing up, did you know that you were gay?
I first realized that I was gay, like in first or second grade. I was looking at other boys in school rather than looking at the girls. And, after a while, it kind of suppressed. But when I got older, like close to my teen years, I got raped. I was snatched up from a little grocery store, a corner store, and he pulled me to the back of the store and raped me on the side of some garbage cans, some city dumpsters. So I think that's what sparked it back up. And, also living with my mom and my sister and my grandmother, I kind of picked up their habits. You know what I'm saying? So that's what sparked this whole gay thing. My sister, she's in her emotions, my mama in her emotions, my grandmother in her emotions. I kind of got caught up in that.
How old were you when you got raped?
When I got raped, I was, I want to say 11 or 12. I was old enough to understand.
Wow. I mean, how traumatic was that?
It was real traumatic because I remember, I would never forget, it happened on a Sunday. And I went to school the next day. I was in the lunchroom eating breakfast. Early in the morning, I had just left home. So one of my classmates came to me and said, "There's a guy looking for you." And I'm like, wait, what? So I automatically thought of the day before because I knew my family, wasn't looking for me. They had just sent me off to school. So I ran all the way home. My mama, we called the police. They took us to the Chicago police station. We did a sketch of the man, and one of the police was telling me that the sketch that I had came up with was a description of the person who had raped other kids, and he had also killed them. So it was like I was the only survivor, I guess, of his wrath, and I guess that's why he came to my school, because he wanted to finish the job, I guess.
Okay, did they ever find the guy?
No, they never called him. He was never called.
So, I mean, before that happened, were you into men at all, or were you into girls?
Before that happened, I really wasn't into nothing, because I was young. You know, my mother and them, they always made me focus on school and stuff like that. So I never really got into the lifestyle heavily until my teenage years.
You know, I mean, because there's always there's a very long-standing debate, you know, in the gay community of, you know, are you gay because you're born that way, or are you gay because of certain events that happen in your life? Now, from your point of view, you know, based on this, do you feel that, you know, you became gay because of this, you know, because of the rape?
From my point of view, I don't believe, I can't say that being gay, you're born that way, because you're not. That was a choice for me, because, and I may have been born into it, but I was not born gay. And meaning that I had already had sisters around me. So growing up with a whole bunch of females, that already triggered like, oh yeah, he's gonna have some of these women ways, some of these girl ways, which I did. And even today, I'm still got feminine ways, you know what I'm saying? But I still handle mine as a man. So to that question, no, you're not born that way. That's just a choice to celebrate sexuality. And I have to say this, because I feel like I have the right to speak on gay lifestyles because I've been in a lifestyle my entire life. So I feel like I have the right to say, I feel like every time somebody mentions something about gay, the gay group, they just come after you. They send their goons, and you never work in the industry because they are in power. Believe me, they're in power. But, you know, I feel like they just don't want you to speak upon it. But me, I done went through so much in my life in this gay lifestyle. To be truthfully honest, I have watched friends of mine get killed, get robbed at gay clubs in Chicago. I've got tortured by gangs in the neighborhood and just evil kids in the neighborhood and treating me like I'm an outsider rather than a human being. So, you know what I'm saying? I have the right to speak about gay lifestyle. I have sacrificed so much in my life to be gay. And now at this point, 29, I'm ready to settle down. I'm ready to leave that alone. I want my own family. I want my family to grow. When I die, I still have my bloodline here on this earth. And that is my goal.
Now, at one point, you actually announced that you were no longer gay.
Yes, I did announce that I was no longer gay. But with that being said, sometimes you have to watch what you say, because that was a spur of the moment thing for me. I was already going through some emotional things in my life at the time, and I was just in my feelings, and I was like, you know what? I'm not into homosexuality no more. I'm done with it. I'm trading everything in for family, you know, for love and this, that, and the other. And why did I do that? The media went crazy. So now I had to do all these interviews to clear myself up and explain to people why I did why I said what I said. So, but I learned you have to be careful with what you say, but I did do it.
The disagreement, you know, that happens in society where, you know, gay people tend to say that we were born this way. We have no choice. You know, I mean, it's not, you know, this is just the way we are from birth, and we should have all the same rights as everybody else based on our lifestyle. But, you know, but if you actually say that, you know, this is just a choice, then at that point you kind of take away some of that power a little bit, because if it's a choice, then you could choose to do something else. But most gay activists say, well, it's not a choice. I was just born this way. I have absolutely no say in this.
The activists, they just going off of emotions, and that's where a lot of people get things wrong. They go off on emotions rather than the truth. You know, I know so many people who at one point in time in life were straight and decided if this girl played me, I'm sick of this, or this dude hit it on me and I kind of liked it, and they became gay. As to some people like me, they're gay and they're changed. You know what I'm saying? And they become heterosexual. But, you know what I'm saying? It's not something that you're born with. It's the circumstances around you. You know what I'm saying? And I believe it's a choice. You just want to celebrate sexuality and you're using it like you love someone or love the same sex in order to celebrate sexuality. And that's not right.
What do you think, for example, about like, gay conversion, that happens in like, in the Christian faith and so forth, where they have like, like camps where gay teens go and try to become straight. Like, what are your thoughts about that type of thing?
I don't believe in those Christian-ass camps. One thing, and I've never been to a Christian camp where they psychologically beat you to death and tell you you're one thing and this, that. I just don't have time for that stuff. I went and sat in the corner. I prayed to my God, whoever out there, whoever created me, hey, I'm trying to find myself in life and I need your help. And I feel like I found half of myself and I'm still searching because it's a lifetime commitment.
Okay. And at this point, you're married and you have a son?
No, I'm not married, but I am in a relationship with my baby mama. We've been together for 2 years. Everything is beautiful because she understands my lifestyle before and she understands my lifestyle today. So that's what makes our relationship strong.
So, I mean, do you feel any sort of attraction to men anymore, or are you just attracted to women?
I'm not attracted to men, but I will tell you the first year of changing, I did suffer night terrors and, I'm having visions of my past life and they do come and hunt you. That is a lifetime of memories and experiences that you just can't wipe away. So I'm going to have those memories and stuff. But as far as me being attracted to a man, no, I love my wife. When I love somebody, I love that person. I don't drift off, whether I'm with a man or with a woman, I don't drift off.
How do you feel about the whole Bruce Jenner thing?
Oh my God. How I feel about the Bruce Jenner thingy. One, and remind you, I love Bruce Jenner. I don't have no problem with Bruce Jenner. Like, people, black men, they really looked up to Bruce back in those days because he was an athlete. Everybody know him as being an athlete, especially the little black kids running around the hood that ain't got no daddy and they always looking to other nations for that father role model. And Bruce Jenner was it. So now you wait until you're 155 years old to decide you want a sex change, and God knows that is gonna hurt his kids, you know what I'm saying? You done had all these kids, all these different wives and everything. It's just gonna be crazy because they're gonna come in and be like, hey, Dad, sorry, Brescia, it's just, I just feel like it's just a big mess. I just feel like it's just a big mess. I'm sorry. But I still love you, Bruce Jenner. I will always love you as a person, but the lifestyle you got going on, I cannot support that.
Well, it's interesting because, when he went and did the interview, a lot of people showed support for him and everything else like that. But it seems like anyone who said anything negative about that, who said, well, I don't really agree with that, it's like everyone came down on him and started criticizing them. In the same way that you're saying, like, I don't understand why he's doing it, makes no sense to me. Like, if you would have said that, like, on the news, I think a lot of people would start to criticize you. Why do you think that is?
Yeah, everybody supports Bruce Jenner, but when I told them that I wanted to, be straight and have a family and live life, I got more negativity than I did positive. So it's like, I guess certain things is good for certain people at certain times in life when it's convenient for them, but I got dogged out, but that's cool. I have a strong, skin. I have thick skin. I can deal with almost anything you bring or put on the table. I'm gonna deal with it. I guess, to each his own, but I don't support.
What if, like, for example, your mother called you up and said, I want to get a sex change. I want to be a man right now?
For one, my mama ain't gonna call me and ask me and tell me that she want a sex change. For two, I would be hurt, and so would my brothers and sisters. They would absolutely be hurt. They would honestly be hurt. Because we known you as mom for all these years. I known you as mom for 29 years. You think I'm gonna call you dad? Oh my God, no. No, I want my mother.
Greetings, everyone. This is Curtis Duncan. I hope you all have been enjoying your day. Today I want to do a video on the hidden feminizing chemicals found in food packaging. I am a health expert, and I've done extensive research on the chemical feminization and emasculation of men. And men today definitely are being chemically altered. They're being chemically manipulated, and they're being chemically feminized. And most of the food that men consume on a consistent basis contains feminizing anti-testosterone chemicals. And from the time that men are conceived in this country, they are exposed to a myriad, close to about 200 different feminizing anti-testosterone chemicals, which really change their brains to that of a female, makes them behave like a female, makes them attracted to men or be gay, and also causes infertility, low testosterone, belly fat, heart disease, type 2 diabetes, obesity, testicular cancer, prostate cancer, man boobs, male breast cancer, and impotence. And you're seeing tons of men today taking all these testosterone patches and buying all these Viagra and erectile dysfunction drugs, and none of this is natural. It is not natural for men to lose testosterone at the age of 30. That is a huge myth. But here in America, and in this industrialized world that we live in, with all the high fructose corn syrup and the McDonald's and the processed foods, etc., men are just producing no testosterone anymore. And, you know, they are undergoing a chemical attack. And one of the things that men are exposed to on a consistent basis is actually a feminizing fluoride chemical known as PFOA. It has a really long name, so I'm not going to pronounce it. But the abbreviation is PFOA. But it's actually a fluoride chemical, which mimics estrogen and blocks testosterone. And this is found in microwave popcorn. So, you know, a lot of men, you know, consume microwave popcorn, the Jiffy Pop, or, you know, Redenbacher, et cetera, It's found in the microwave popcorn, and it's also found in fast food. And the interesting thing about fast food is that men are the biggest consumers of fast food, you know, partially because of advertising. They use a lot of subliminal dick-sucking ads and other types of images of sexualized women to get men to buy this processed garbage, essentially. And in those wrappers of the fast foods and in the French fry boxes contains those feminizing anti-testosterone chemical known as PFOA. And also, it's found in pizza boxes. So the chemical is found, you know, within the pizza boxes. So if you're eating a lot of Papa John's, Pizza Hut, et cetera, then in the wrappers of the actual pizza, the chemical is found within there. And again, these are foods that men eat on a daily basis. These are some of the most popular foods that men consume on a consistent basis. And the people who are putting these chemicals out there know what they're doing. They are deliberately targeting men for some of these feminizing chemicals. Number one, to maximize profits, because in order to create money, or in order to create profits, there has to be problems. So if men have low testosterone, they're impotent, they can't get erections, they're infertile, they develop man boobs, you know, belly fat, et cetera. These are problems which, you know, corporations can make profit on them, and they do. So-called disease care in this country is a $2.4 trillion business. So, you know, that's why these chemicals are produced. They're also produced for social engineering purposes to increase the levels of homosexuality in the population, or to lower, in order to lower population growth. That was something that Planned Parenthood talked about in the 1970s. So that's another reason why these chemicals do exist and are feminizing men. But the chemicals also found in stain-resistant carpets. So if you have like stain-resistant carpets or Teflon, it's also found in, you know, it's found in the Teflon pans that you use to make your food with, you know, to cook your eggs or whatever, pancakes, etc. So it is found in stain-resistant carpeting, PFOA, and it's also found within Teflon coatings on those non-stick pans. So it's a very, very dangerous chemical. You know, it has all the dangers of fluoride, which is a really, really toxic substance that's found within our drinking water, toothpaste. It's also found within a lot of different fruits and vegetables, because they use fluoride to make a lot of the pesticides. So this particular chemical has been shown to cause obesity. It causes a low testosterone. It increases a man's estrogen levels. It also causes testicular cancer, prostate cancer, impotence, because of course, you know, without testosterone you cannot get a strong and maintain a strong and hard erection to have sex. And also causes hypothyroidism, which is a major cause of heart disease. If you have thyroid problems, you are well on your way to having heart disease problems, because when you have low thyroid functioning, then that is a huge risk factor for developing heart disease. So the chemical is really, really bad. So for all you men out there who are, trying to, keep your masculinity up, be able to have erections, be able to be healthy, because again, you need testosterone in order to live long. Men who have lower levels of testosterone actually are more prone to heart disease and type 2 diabetes. Then you definitely want to avoid processed and fast foods, because again, a lot of the wrappers, particularly for the fast food, contains the PFOA, and also it's found in the pizza boxes and in the microwave popcorn. So definitely want to avoid that feminizing chemical, because and that's just one of them. They're close to about 200, and I detail some of them in my recording, The Chemical Feminization and Emasculation of Men, which I'll post a link for down below. It's an awesome recording, one of my most popular recordings I've ever done, and it has excellent information for men to avoid the myriad of feminizing anti-testosterone chemicals.
They already have a weapon for this. That's the whole point.
What's the weapon?
They already have a weapon for this new modern metrosexual
Trend.
male that's high out of his mind.
What is it?
American male. This new metrosexual American man who's high out of his mind on high heels. That was the whole point. Get those guys on high heels, on dope, high out of their mind, and then we just unload. You gotta see this.
Mm-hmm. Oh, you have it?
Well, it's not this, but let's just say it's something like this. This is a U-lock. It's not a U-lock. Basically, what it is that, now you gotta imagine the future. It's just around the corner.
Mm-hmm.
It's over 200 million American men on high heels, smoking dope, laughing, forgetting their wives and their kids. The Russians come in on submarines and helicopters, parachute down from the submarines. They shoot them up, and they land again. A lot of these soldiers are going to be being shot out of submarines from the ocean. So they suddenly just see men parachuting from the ocean onto land. You have 100 million American men, all softened, like European cheese, smoking their long, faggoty joints, faggots. They're faggoty, with the joint at the end. They're faggoty, faggot joints. These guys land. They take this thing out. They just send it right over. It's like you see them getting tighter with the pants. The ankles are getting smaller. Sperm count's going down. People are getting sissy. Weak wrists. Nobody wants to work. The me generation vanity. Walking around trying to be different. Getting metrosexualized, and then suddenly. Why can't I be taller? Then the high heels start. And then the vrabovlaska. That's what they call these. Vrabovlaskas. 100 million American men, all softened, like European cheese, smoking their long, faggoty joints, faggots. They're faggoty, with the joint at the end. They're faggoty, faggot joints. These guys land. They take this thing out. They just send it right over.
I mean, I'm a conspiracy theorist to a degree. Like, when I connect dots that maybe shouldn't be connected, I don't know. But certain dots, like when I see that they put every black man in the movies in a dress at some point in their career, I'll be connecting them down like, wow, all these brothers gotta wear a dress. This happened to me. I'm doing a movie with Martin.
Yeah.
The movie's going good. So I walk in a trailer. I'm like, man, this must be the wrong trailer because there's a dress in here. They come in. The writer comes in. I think he's the writer. He's like, Dave, listen, we got this hilarious scene where Martin's sneaking out of jail, so he disguises you as a prostitute. And he put this dress on, and what? The prostitute? Nah, I'm not doing that. I don't feel comfortable with that. That should have been in the discussion. What? You don't feel comfortable with it? I mean, it's a hilarious bit. All the greats have done it. So, well, if all the greats have done it, it's kind of hacky, right? You're right. So why don't we just not do it? Because I don't feel comfortable wearing a dress. Oh, come on, Dave. Listen, we got it all set up. We're supposed to shoot. Every minute you waste costs this much money. You know, the pressure comes in. He said, I'm not wearing no dress, man. I'm funnier than a dress. Just give me something funny to say. I don't need to wear no dress to be funny. What am I, Milton Berle? You know, we're going like this. And then finally he's like, and he leaves. And then, like, the director comes, Dave, it really would be great if you wear the dress. What is wrong? What is this, Brokeback Mountain in here? So then, wear the dress. I don't want to wear the dress. I want to wear this dress. You know what I mean? This is, oh, gosh, this guy's so difficult. They leave. Now the producers comes, come on, David, would be so great. I mean, and then I started thinking about it. All the comics that I've seen, man, you know, strong brothers, why they be putting us in these dresses? But the minute it was clear, I was adamant, I'm not wearing a dress. I'm not wearing the dress. All right, fine. Think of something else. Guy comes back 10 minutes later, the whole new scene. Hot damn, how did you write the scene so fast? You know, it's like, so you gotta take a stand.
Yes, one more morning. Corey Feldman has no idea what it's like not to be famous. He was just 3 years old in this McDonald's commercial.
McDonald's gift certificates. I literally was famous before I knew my own name.
His roles defined the 80s. Goonies.
This was my dream, my wish.
Stand By Me.
You call my dad a loony again, and I'll kill you.
License to Drive.
The only difference between you and that greaseball is that he has a license and you don't.
Films that propelled him into the spotlight for his entire youth. But being famous so young, he says, caused serious damage to him and his friends.
Do you feel like you missed out on a normal childhood?
What childhood? I don't know what that means.
A lost childhood and a loss of innocence. He blames the adults, not just those looking to profit from charming children, but also some with far more sinister motives.
I can tell you that the number one problem in Hollywood was and is and always will be pedophilia. That's the biggest problem for children in this industry.
The casting couch even applies to children.
Oh yeah. Not in the same way. It's all done under the radar.
Nobody talks about pedophilia.
It's the big secret.
And it's widespread?
Oh yeah. I was surrounded by them when I was 14 years old. Surrounded. Literally. Didn't even know it. It wasn't until I was old enough to realize what they were and what they wanted and what they were about and the types of people that were surrounding me till I went, oh my God, they were everywhere like vultures.
Vultures who Feldman says abused him and his best friend, the late child actor Corey Haim, his co-star in The Lost Boys.
Well, what happens if my mom is dating the head vampire?
Feldman says the trauma of that pedophilia contributed to Haim's death.
There's one person to blame in the death of Corey Haim, and that person happens to be a Hollywood mogul. And that person needs to be exposed, but unfortunately I can't be the one to do it. But the person that knows who did it and knows who he is watching right now, I guarantee you. Yeah.
Intriguing.
Yeah. There was a circle of older men that surrounded themselves around this group of kids. And they all had either their own power or connections to great power in the entertainment industry.
Yeah, there seems to be a lot of people trying to like take me out. And there's a lot of paranoia. I looked at Laurie Frary's interview. I don't know what you guys are doing. This whole expose was attacking the globalist map, which was the globe. And now they're attacking a functional mapping of flight routes through the north. You know, the UN projection, the AE map. And I would love to be on Globebusters to talk to you. I mean, I don't know, Lawrence Wright, he's a dead ringer for Jimmy Saville's love child. Yeah, Jimmy Saville, look him up. Sounds just like him. And I don't know, a little stint in a sitcom called Undressed on MTV is not gay porn. But yeah, if you want to support me, that'd be fantastic. Because I know quite a bit about Hollywood. I've had about 7 offers I turned down over the past decade and change.
Feldman won't name names. And he admits his friend had a struggle with addiction, which he says was a mechanism to cope with his demons.
It was a symptom.
It was a symptom, correct.
Are we in it?
In 2008, the two Coreys confronted each other on their reality show about the dark past they shared.
You let me get around in my life, man, raped, so to speak, when I was about 14 and a half, and I'm saying this right now. What'd you do, man, when you saw that going down when I was 14 to me? What'd you do? You knew about it.
You want to talk about the truth? Okay, well then let's talk about the truth. I was being molested at the same time by somebody else. What'd you do? You know, there's a lot of good people in this industry. But there's also a lot of really, really sick, corrupt people in this industry. And there are people in this industry who have gotten away with it for so long that they feel they're above the law. And that's got to change. That's got to stop.
Is this that Laurie Frary bullshit hangout?
Jonathan, do you have any questions that you'd like to ask Matt, since this is the first time he's been on the show?
Yeah, one thing, I don't know, it's up to you if you want to talk about it. I've always sort of been curious about what it was like working, you know, alongside as a subcontractor for NASA.
I'm at liberty to talk about that as much as I have, in that...
There's departments that are not in communication with other departments, and there's a staff of artists that are working on textures and components of a final product where they're not privy to completely confirm the use of their texture in that graphic. And this is so they can come up with original graphics, and there's no direct accountability as to who created it completely. So in the end, it's just like a cut-out circle, and or it's a team that's working on a small maquette in a room. And this is what I've understood with people I work with that were far more involved than I was, because I was just working with paint spills and stuff like that, because there's some people in the circ industry, that had crossover into the aerospace and mass industry, and then they put me in touch with some people, and some people saw my work, and they thought, wow, the way these colors are bleeding with their viscosities and these resins, and also some of these dilutancies working, doing impact physics on these puddles, we're creating fractal effects that look infinite. So this is great for doing, when you're low orbit and you want to give the idea of clouds on top of clouds on top of clouds.
Sure, yeah.
So for celestial bodies that are known, and there's no verification through the telescope, so then you can feed them an image. It's just that once they hone in, they're going to use this image set, right? They're kind of at the mercy of like a few. But we all know cameras today, they could take thousands of images. So that there's a few, I believe there's a few. They could be the likes of Dali, they could have been the likes of even some of the really, really good photorealists, like Richard Astes, or, Andrew Wyeth, even Norman Rockwell, who used sets, who knows. So in the end, there are artists. It is now exposed. They've redressed all their images. I have a fine line of NDAs and legal technicalities that I won't cross over, and I'm allowed to employ this in the field of artistic expression and freedom. In the field of, theater, as you will, without stepping over and tripping on any wires and bringing up any names.
Shilly. People are behaving in a very shilly manner. And this is the leaderless movement. This is one they won't be able to have phony on TV to speak for all of us. Who do you trust? With the biggest conspiracy? I'd go with the guy that told you first. No. Not the other two that pretend to be first, but the actual guy who started it all. Because this is the leaderless movement. This is one they won't be able to have a phony on TV to speak for all of us. But it's just interesting to see how eager they were to do the radio talk show circuit. So I wasn't going to rush into it. I wanted to see what they were going to say. See at what level they are an operation that's been mobilized to infiltrate my message. The leaderless movement.
What's up, everybody? The Morgal here. Just breaking away from my regularly scheduled duty as a paid government agent, collecting people's email addresses so I can sell them and hand everyone's information over to the National Security Advisory, which, of course, I'm being sarcastic. But instead of doing what I would normally be doing, which is working on important flat Earth videos, I'm having to defend myself against shills. And, until recently I considered one of these major shills or disinformation agents friend. And, things have sort of come out in the wash that prove that he was no friend whatsoever.
Anyway, some more gal called me today because I've been playing friendly nice with this motherfucker just because I've had so much trouble out of fucking Pat Steer and Mark Sargent and fucking all the rest of them.
Yeah, I'm glad you wanted to talk. Oh, yeah. That's why Darla asked you over. I wanted to talk. Because I feel I should apologize. Really? For what? Well, for coming on so strong yesterday, I really crossed the line. Oh, that. I don't know. Sometimes the lines get kind of fuzzy. For example. Was that crossing the line? Okay, hang on a second.
Oh, you gotta play rough.
Huh?
A pillow fighting. I'm unarmed.
No, I was gonna put this behind your head.
Until recently, I considered one of these major shills or disinformation agents friend. And, things have sort of come out in the wash that prove that he was no friend whatsoever. And he claims to be also a friend of Matt Boyland. But I'll also show here in this little beginning of my documentary expose that with friends like Jeff Stewart, you don't need enemies. Now, I'm going to roll some clips of his recent sort of attack on me and many other people, and I'm going to break that down and sort of respond to his accusations and sort of tell the full story, because there's two sides of every story. Actually, three sides. There's Jeff's side of the story, then there's my side of the story, and then there's the truth, which is usually somewhere in between. Now, I'm going to tell you guys everything 100% truthfully, to the best of my recollection, and how all this whole debacle went down, and how I'm being misrepresented, and in this documentary, you're going to sort of see where I'm coming from on all this. And I will start out by saying that my expose of Matt Boyland had nothing to do so much with anything to do with homosexuality, although that is obviously a part of it. But my main issue with Matt was the dishonesty. And I'll get into some explanations a little bit later, but let's just start by rolling a bit of Jeff's clip, and then I'll just sort of respond as we go.
Hey, all you flat earthers, is Jeff here, the most hated man in the flat earth. Why am I the most hated flat earth man in the flat earth?
Well, I would submit that would be because you're a two-faced, backstabbing liar, but that's just a hunch, and that's just based on my personal experience and my anecdotal, short friendship or quote-unquote friendship with you. It is very clear to me that you are a two-faced, backstabbing liar. So that might be one reason I can think of
Well, it's because I kind of see everybody for what they really are. I kind of see everything going down before it goes down because I've been kind of up for a while, and these people, they don't confuse me for a minute.
I don't think you see what's going on before it happens. I think you manipulate situations in order to get the end results that you want, which is chaos and division within the flat earth movement. And yes, I think that people definitely do confuse you because you're basically untrustworthy. And I'll get into the reasons why here in a minute, but let's let you continue.
Now, as you know, there was quite a little kerfluffle here recently on Globe Busters, the channel that reinforces the globe by showing you the globe all the time.
Now, let's back up the wagon here a little bit because the kerfluffle was on the NASA channel. We're all seeming to forget that Matt Boylan Powerland is the one that came out with an attack piece on me first. Okay? I released a response to that instead of having a conversation with Matt first, which you were supposed to help organize, but instead you pitted us against each other with lies. But no, the kerfluffle was on the NASA channel. My response was on my channel. And, you know, since we were lacking a host and lacking a guest on Globebusters the other day, and by the way, that guest was supposed to have been you, but at that point you had already shown that you were a backstabber who thinks of me as a, quote, motherfucker that you have to play nice to in order to achieve some end because you're having so many issues with Patricia Steer and Mark Sargent, I believe.
Anyway, some more gal called me today because I've been playing friendly nice with this motherfucker just because I've had so much trouble out of fucking Pat Steer and Mark Sargent and fucking all the rest of it.
So Morgal, you've been out there for a while. You know, I know you've been out there longer than me. And you put out some really good stuff. You put out some really good stuff.
Yeah, thanks for tuning me on to the Flat Earth.
You know, I think the first video I ever watched of Morgal's, I was sitting there going, I was sitting there like, you know, damn, this nigga's smart. And I mean, really, I was floored. I was just like, this trailer dwelling hobo is the smartest dude in his neighborhood. He's the smartest dude in his state.
Anyway, some more gal called me today because I've been playing friendly nice with this motherfucker just because I've had so much trouble out of fucking Pat Steer and Mark Sargent and fucking all the rest of them.
End quote. And that's paraphrasing, but I believe that's pretty much verbatim. So, instead of having you on the show, and since we didn't have Jaron, it was just me and Bob, we decided that with all this sort of, bad press and, it seemed like mudslinging going around, we decided that it would be the honorable and decent thing to do to go ahead and have Matt on the show so that possibly we could discuss this situation as adults. Obviously, that didn't happen. But let's just continue because we haven't even gotten into, the meat of this yet, Mr. Innocent Jeff Stewart.
They had a panel made up of Jaronism, Morgal, and some dude named Bob. And somebody else named Brap or something like that.
Well, obviously, you haven't done much research or even watched that show because Jaron wasn't on that show. He was actually missing in action for about 30 hours. His electricity had gone down, and so I didn't even talk to Jaron until the day after that show. So, no, the panel wasn't Jaron, some guy named Bob, and Morgile. It was just me and Bob and Matt. Oh, and some chick named Summer.
So what happened here recently, and let me explain it to you as it happened exactly. So there, because I'm getting tired of the stupid comments talking about, oh, you dick.
Yeah, I'd really love to hear you tell exactly how this happened. while making yourself look to be the, the innocent victim or the, the innocent bystander, when in fact you were the very one that orchestrated and ensured that there would be a shitstorm. It was exactly you and only you that ensured that the communication between Matt and myself went off, very, very rockily or not very smoothly. And I'll explain why, but let's just continue for now.
I tried to keep this shit from happening. I really did.
You tried to keep this shit from happening? You really did? Wow, now that is a tall, tall story there, Jeff. And I'll just go ahead and start kicking off what actually happened. Very alarming and shocking videotape landed in my lap. And by the way, it was not given to me by John LeBon. I would tell you if you had nailed it, but no, you're totally wrong. It was given to me by somebody completely different. And if that person's okay with me releasing their identity, I will gladly do so. But, I protect my sources' confidentiality. That's just a respectful, diligent thing to do. Now, if your sources stab you in the back and slander you and basically cause a shitstorms to surround, you, then, that sort of privilege goes away, Jeff. And so, those things that you told me that you told me in confidence that I told you that I wouldn't repeat and I wouldn't say that you had told me. Well, I'll have to tell you, Jeff, that confidentiality agreement is no longer valid, seeing how you've been sort of trying to play me as a fool and playing Matt as a fool as well, it would appear. Not friends usually don't do that to each other, okay? But not to get off a point here, one of the things that you told me when I said, hey, Jeff, would it surprise you that I've run into some video footage of Matt doing essentially soft gay porn, and you told me no, it wouldn't surprise you. And so I told you, Jeff, I really need to get a hold of Matt. I want to talk to him about this before this goes public. This is going to come out because, again, this tape was sent to me. I didn't just stumble on it. I had no reason to, look into Matt's past. I always was a very vocal proponent for Matt, and I always just sort of trusted that, he worked for NASA and he was on the up and up. And I was just very surprised to see what an excellent liar he was. What a great actor he was. And, I was a little bit surprised to see that he was able to turn on and off his emotions like a faucet, which, sure, that's a great trait for an actor. But to turn one's sexual integrity on and off like a switch sort of goes to show what type of a person we're dealing with. Now, this happened in the past, and yes, people do things in their past that make mistakes that they're ashamed of and they admit to, and I've done things in my past that I'm ashamed to, and I've admitted. Obviously, you haven't watched all my videos because in several of my videos I go into pretty good detail of things that have happened to me in my past and mistakes that I've made in my past, and that's part of life. It's learning from your mistakes. But for someone to say that doing, and I'm going to call it gay soft porn because that is what it is. If you're going to condone somebody doing gay soft porn that's geared towards children, even admitted by Matt himself, this show was geared towards children. It was on MTV.
So you got a hold of my MTV episode and it's gay porn?
Well, I would probably say it's soft gay porn.
Well, I don't know if they show soft gay porn to kids, but I mean, MTV's in that business of.
If you're okay with that sort of thing, then we're going to have a difference of opinion on that. See, me as a truther And as a flat earther, I am against the New World Order agenda. And the New World Order agenda entails conforming with the status quo so as not to, be outside of the herd or sort of be labeled as a black sheep or be out of the in crowd. You sort of need to conform with the status quo and sort of abandon your moral values in order to, remain sort of on the in crowd. That's what the New World Order is all about.
I know that some of you don't believe me, but I could personally fucking care less whether you believe me or not.
I don't believe you at all. I did a couple of hangouts with you and GeoShifter. I've got no problems with any of them, any of those guys. I had no issues with you. In fact, I thought you and I were friends. We had some good long talks. We confided certain things in each other. And, again, certain things that you had told me in confidence, as far as I'm concerned, I have absolutely no reason to maintain that confidence because I've lost all confidence in you. I can't trust you. You're already out there making basically blatant lies, hit pieces against me, so I'm going to expose you. And I don't have any regrets. And no, I don't believe you. I have a hard time believing anything you've said. Which is a shame. I even featured a clip of one of your videos in my latest video that I rendered because, I thought you did a really great job exposing the ISS as a huge safety hazard that would never pass any OSHA inspection. I thought that was brilliant, and I commented on your work and I thought we were talking about collaborating on things and all of a sudden, during one of our conversations prior to any of these tapes coming out, you had some strange questions for me, like, asking me about what I thought about Matt Boylan. And I told you, I basically really appreciate the guy for waking me up. If it wasn't for him, I'd still be living on a spinning globe. I'd walk out into traffic for Matt Boylan because I respected him. I thought that he was a man of principle. I thought that he was a man that would, basically stick his neck out on the line for what he thought was right. But it actually turns out that he's just a very convincing actor, and the fact that you told me very convincingly that Matt confided in you that he never worked for NASA, that all of that was a lie. My response to you then was, well, he did say he was a subcontractor, so technically, he wasn't really working for him. So even at the point where you were trying to turn me against Matt, I was still defending him, which is something that I've done for the duration of this thing. I've been a staunch, almost unwavering support of Matt just simply because of the respect that I had for him or the respect that I had for his persona or for his act on this theater of this whole flat earth shillery. Now, I think that this entire thing is a huge distraction from the point, which is we should be debunking the globe and we should be proving the flat earth, which is what I've been working very hard on. Matt did some good stuff towards the beginning, and it seemed like at some point he was more interested in, painting naked women or, painting circles in the dirt and talking just all kinds of crazy stuff about how, the government was tapping into his Wi-Fi signal. In fact, he mentioned to me in one of our encounters that I must be working for the government because I could upload a 15-minute video in under an hour. By the way, I have high-speed DSL, which is nothing to brag about. Cable's 100 times faster, but I've got pretty good high-speed DSL, and I had actually rendered that video in a low resolution, so I was able to render it in short time and upload it in short time. But the Mr. Facts, the Mr. Science, the Mr. Not paranoid schizophrenic Matt basically accused me and used his evidence. His proof of his accusation accused me of working with the government because I could upload videos very fast. And when I asked him, well, Matt, when you upload videos, do you use a Wi-Fi signal or an Ethernet cord? And he said, no, I use high-speed internet. And I said, well, of course, but do you plug your computer into an Ethernet cord or do you use a Wi-Fi internet? And he said, well, I use Wi-Fi. And I suggested that perhaps if you used an Ethernet cord, you can plug it directly into your modem and then plug that directly into your computer, you actually get much faster upload and download time. So, that was just a suggestion that just because somebody is smart enough to use Ethernet for uploads doesn't necessarily mean that they're working for the government. Now, had I had high-speed cable, I would have uploaded the darn thing in probably 5 minutes, but, my high-speed DSL is the highest bandwidth I can get for my area. I think I get around 25 megs per second download and about 1 to 2 megs upload per second upload. So, my internet's nothing to brag about, but again, the video was not rendered in high definition, and I put it together fairly quickly. I had planned on making it a much longer video with Matt's input into it, and in all actuality, I came to you, Jeff, in confidence, hoping to get in touch with Matt through you in order to help Matt to prepare to get in front of this story, which was going to come out with or without me, with or without Matt, being aware of it. And so, I guess I made a huge mistake by coming to you and getting Matt's number, which the first one you gave me didn't work. The second one you gave me, I called it again, left a message, sent a text, and the next day I wake up and I see a video with Matt on the phone with you calling me a quote,
"This motherfucker."
And I was very surprised because at that point I thought you and I were friends. I had not released this video at all. The only thing I had done was spoken to you and asked you to please try and have Matt get in touch with me because, again, I've been a very staunch supporter of Matt for the duration, and I didn't want I wanted to this to come out in the most positive light, or at least to have him get ahead of this thing before people run with it. But instead of that conversation, instead of getting in touch, you basically told him that I was threatening and that you were having to play nice with me, motherfucker. And you know what, man? You're just untrustworthy. It's ridiculous. You put on a good game. I thought we were sort of buddies. I was planning on doing or participating in your 24-hour-a-day flat Earth show. I had even talked to Jaron about it. You had invited him to do it. So isn't it sort of funny how you just sort of flip-flop on your friends and enemies like changing underwear? Sort of a theme going around these flat Earth shills these days. But yeah, so you go from inviting Jaron and inviting me to being on your 24-hour flat Earth talk network one day. To the next day, we are controlled opposition shills with the goal of discrediting Matt Boyland. Now, I will tell you one thing, Matt Boyland does a perfect job of discrediting himself, which I'll demonstrate in, going on in this video. But just to go back to continue on with your rant.
So I want to tell you exactly what happened, and I'm going to play out the events, and then I'm going to show you the conspiracy behind it all.
Just as a slight disclosure, by lay it all out on the line and tell you the truth, what he means is he's going to paint a picture of the event in such a way so that it casts him in a positive light and casts everyone else but him and his clique in a negative light. And so, I'll be very honest with you throughout this. Of course, I have my opinions, which are going to shine through this about, Jeff and other people that are being discussed here. But for Jeff to say that he's going to tell the truth, it's almost like the old joke, how do you know a lawyer is lying? And, of course, the punchline is his lips are moving. And I would submit that a similar thing can be said about Jeff, which is a shame because, just a few days ago, I thought we were buddies. Next thing I know, you're basically playing the Hegelian dialectic, trying to pit Matt and I against one another. And I got to admit, it worked. You were pretty slick. But I didn't realize what a backstabbing liar you were until I saw that video with Matt. on the phone with you, basically telling him that you were trying to play me like a fiddle for some end or another. I'm not sure what your goal was, but I'm at least glad, and I appreciate Matt airing that. I think it probably would have been a good idea for me to record all of my phone calls with you so that I could play the audio of you talking all your shit about Matt. I'm sure you've talked all sorts of shit about me too, Matt. And, at the end of the day, I graduated from high school years ago. I went to college years ago. And, drama, gossip, it's not really my cup of tea. But I'm sorry, when I'm being attacked, when I'm being lied about, or when I'm trying to be, used in some sort of a pawn in your little manipulative games, then I'm forced to respond. And by the way, this is going to be the last response video I make, so I'm going to get it all in there.
So, I make flat earth videos, as everybody knows, and I don't just make flat earth videos. I call out the globalists, and I call out the people in the flat earth movement.
I'll admit, you've made a few good flat earth videos. That's why I subscribed to your channel, and that's why I agreed to do some hangouts with you. But some of your flat earth videos I wouldn't even call flat earth videos. You basically just watch people that debunk the flat earth and laugh at them. I'll give you that. But I wouldn't necessarily call playing a debunking the flat earth video and laughing at the person debunking any sort of debunker. All it's really sort of shown you to be is, I don't know, you find flat earth comical? I don't know. That's what it would seem to impress to a first-time viewer on some of your stuff. Again, I'm not dogging all your work. I think some of the stuff you did was great. So, I'll give credit where credit's due. But, at the same time, just sitting there making videos, laughing at flat earth debunkers is kind of silly.
Who are detrimental to the movement in a variety of ways. I show their connections to other people. I show how their subs line up. I show you, I out trolls, and I get bashed for outing the trolls.
Too, it really comes with the territory as, being a flat earther. But if you've got all your shit wrong, and let's just say hypothetically that instead of outing trolls, you're actually a troll outing legitimate researchers, legitimate flat earthers, then I can understand why people would bash you. So just putting that out there, because it's pretty easy to spot a troll. They use circular arguments. They use basically nonsense arguments and pretend to be flat earthers to sort of discredit the movement. A good example would be, I don't know, the Flat Earth Society claim that gravity is caused by the Earth rising at 9.8 meters per second squared. That's so incredibly ridiculous and doesn't belong to any Flat Earth model. And yet, if that point is argued from the Flat Earth Society, then an average person with a rational mind would realize or think that this whole Flat Earth thing is silly. And so, trolls and misinformation agents come in many forms, and one of those forms would be an agent provocateur. And what an agent provocateur is, well, you know exactly what they do, because it's exactly what you do. You basically insert yourself into a movement, and you make friends, and you get in good with certain people, and then you start spreading rumors. And that's one thing about people that spread rumors is you can spread rumors so far, and you can spread rumors about certain people to other people, but that sort of thing always comes back to bite you in the ass. It's much better to be honest with people. We could have been really good friends. I could have been really good friends with Matt, and obviously that's never going to happen at this point, with all of these things that have come to light, and that's a shame. But at the same time, if you just so happen to be an agent provocateur, and Matt just so happens to be a compulsive liar who never worked for NASA, Again, this is hearsay from you, but that's what you told me. You told me that Matt confided in you, that he never worked for NASA, and that was all a lie. And if you try to deny that, you're just a liar. I probably should have been recording my phone calls with you, but I didn't because I didn't think that was necessary. I don't record phone calls, but it just goes to you really need to be careful, especially when you're dealing with Jeff Stewart, because he will stab you in the back for no reason, apparently.
I don't ever get any thanks from any of these people for outing the trolls.
That's funny. There you are with another lie. When I was on your show where Tim Osmond happened to pop into the Hangout like 30 different times using 30 different accounts, and he had the stripper on there. You had explained to me, your sort of background with Tim Osmond and how you outed him as a troll, and I commended you for that. And I've also commented on your work and said I appreciate your work. So for you to say that none of these people have thanked you and basically, you're setting yourself up as this sort of unappreciated, unsung hero, this victim, it's a very touching story, but only if it were true.
The biggest troll we had was not Tim Osmond. The biggest troll we had for a long time was a fellow named Larry Cohen. And Larry Cohen was a NASA employee, and I outed him. Look it up. Look at the video.
If that is actually true, which I really don't believe much of what you say anymore, I'm sorry. I just don't trust people that stab me in the back. But if what you're saying is true, then thank you, Jeff. Thank you for outing a troll and a NASA employee.
He was replaced by Tim Osmond or Kyle Jones. I outed him. They didn't like that either. But who didn't like that? Her crew. Her crew didn't like it, and that's why they started putting up all the bullshit they was putting up after I outed him. Well, maybe he doxed the wrong guy, or blah, blah, blah. Just trying to cover for him as much as they could. But that didn't work.
Yeah, maybe they did this. Maybe they did that. Maybe not. Maybe they weren't mad at all. Maybe they were just trying to do some research, beyond just trusting you on everything you say. There's nothing wrong with verifying someone's research. I'm not defending Patricia Steer or her people, as you'd put it. I'm just saying that I think it's important for all of us to, we can certainly listen to people and we can certainly understand them and we can certainly believe them, but there's nothing wrong with fact-checking or verifying or vetting information or thinking of maybe possible alternatives. I've had my run-in with Tim Osmond. As a matter of fact, I had an impromptu sort of debate on his channel with, I guess, cognitive dissonance, the upside-down head Ted, three of the, I don't even know which one of those guys is which. But yeah, I was on a show with them because basically I was told that I'm ignoring these debates, these open invitation debates with these guys, and that makes me a da-da-da-da. And so I went ahead and did the debate. So I'm very familiar with these sort of trolls. I also totally disproved and I wouldn't say outed Int Cheese as a troll, but presented good evidence that Int Cheese is a troll, and also disproved him on a number of levels on a video that I did a while back. Can't think of the name. We actually had Int Cheese, a known troll, on Globebusters, believe it or not. So we like to try to get everybody's voice on that show, even the people who, claim to be avid Globers, because when you bring people like that into a public forum, you can prove them wrong, and you can also prove that they never concede to a valid point, and they will always at least pretend to believe that the earth is a globe and pretend that you're stupid because you don't understand things. That's how the trolls work. That's how the pro-globe trolls work. Now, there's also pro-flat earth trolls who use a variety of tactics, including dividing the community using petty, manipulative tactics. And there's also the misinformation sort of troll who just puts out, blatant nonsense, proofs that are not proofs, just speculation and ultimately lies and especially backstabbing. There are certainly pro-flat Earth agents out there, and I would call them agent provocateurs, and I would call them possibly Jeff Stewart.
So then they went to this guy because they knew this guy would be just he would take that information and run with it because he is an aspiring journalist. Although he doesn't see this guy as a bad guy and he doesn't see this girl as a bad girl, he considers them allies.
Okay, now for starters, just so that we have some sort of frame of reference here, when he says this guy and points to the green logo with JLB, he's referring to John LeBon. When he says this guy and points to the guy on the top left, or the picture on the top left of the screen, he's referring to me. That's me, John Christopoulos, the Morgile. And when he refers to this girl with the sort of astronaut chick, I believe he'd be referring to Patricia Steere. Now, one thing that I'm going to do really quick is read the definition of journalist, which is a person who writes for newspapers or magazines or prepares news to be broadcast on radio or television. So technically, I'm not an aspiring journalist, and neither are you. Technically, we are journalists. So, in other words, you don't have to have a license or a name tag or a badge to be a journalist. Anybody who wants to, basically broadcast the truth, and oftentimes broadcast total lies, even they are journalists. The definition of a journalist is just simply somebody who writes on and reports and broadcasts news, and in my case, the truth, or the truth as I see it. So an aspiring journalist, I don't think that's really even I think that's sort of a misnomer or an oxymoron altogether. Either you are a journalist or you're not. We don't have to work for big, name brand corporations to be journalists. Just like you don't have to work for a big name brand corporation to be a scientist. Anyone who wants to know the truth and who follows the scientific method is technically a scientist. So, similarly, you don't need any sort of license or a badge to be a scientist. You also don't need any sort of license or a badge to be a journalist. Now, the other thing that you said was you mentioned that this guy being me, and this guy being John LeBon, and this girl being Patricia Steere, that I see them as not bad guys, I see them as friends, or I believe you said as allies. First of all, I see really anybody except my enemies as allies. Up until a few days ago, that included you. I see my wife as an ally. I see, even people who disagree with my point of view allies because, really at the end of the day, we're all on the same boat. Really, we all want to know the truth to some degree or another. Some people aren't able to see the truth as easily. Patricia Steere has never done anything to me. People, talk a lot of bad things about her because she gained pretty quick popularity and has an association with Mark Sargent, who may be a questionable character in the Flat Earth movement. But, considering how Patricia Steere has never done anything personally to me, I've done a couple of shows with her, and we've had her on the Globebusters. So, yeah, I guess I consider her an ally or a friend. If you have some sort of a problem with that, or if Patricia Steere has ever done anything to you personally, that's between you and her. And I don't think that we should all necessarily be enemies with somebody just because Jeff Stewart says so. Now, as far as John LeBon, I did 2 shows with him. One was the Globe Earth Skeptic, I think it was number 8, where I was on there with the Roundtable group. And then I also did the season finale, or the Globe Earth Skeptic finale, where they had all of the past guests on a huge roundtable. And as a matter of fact, I believe those are the only 2 times I've ever spoken with John LeBon in my entire life. I may have messaged back and forth with him. A friend of his put out a video that was involving using the curvature calculation with distant buildings, and I forget which building it was, but essentially they claimed to have found curvature evidence based on this observation, but in fact they had not. They thought they were seeing 75 feet of the Eureka Tower, so the very just tip top of it, when in fact they were seeing probably closer to 350 to 400 feet, which is perfectly in line with the natural operations of perspective. So I did comment on that video that was released by John a few months ago, and I actually put out a meme debunking his buddy's proof. It was a big meme that said "Schnope," and it had all the numbers in there and the curvature calculations, and it showed how the section of the building that we were looking at from that distance over the horizon was much more than just 75 feet for sure. So, at any rate, that is sort of my relationship with John LeBon and Patricia Steere. I've done a couple of shows with Patricia, and I've done a couple of shows with John LeBon. This was months ago. This was Flat Earth Talk, and basically, you've realized this. Essentially, anybody that wants to, talk about Flat Earth, they can call me. We can do it as a hangout. We can do it live. We can do it recorded. We can collaborate on projects. We can do a 24-hour, thing like we had talked about, and all these great things that we can do. And I think that the term allies and enemies shouldn't even be brought into this. This is a scientific discussion. I don't understand how testing hypotheses should have anything to do with allies or enemies, but obviously you do. And so, I submit, and by the way, the first time I had ever heard of Patricia Steere was through a gentleman named Joseph Townley, who told me just all sorts of awful things about her, and how she's a vegan, and how she never does any experiments. Alright, so I watched a few of her shows, and I thought she did a good job doing interviews, and so, nothing struck me as off. Maybe they didn't talk about nothing but flat Earth, but, it can be sort of difficult to talk nothing but flat Earth for days and days and days, and so it does sort of get played out, and maybe it's probably not such a good idea to have a 24-hour flat Earth channel, because maybe we should reserve our videos and our efforts towards really solid proofs, better and better presentations of different combinations of proofs and how they relate to a globe Earth perspective versus a flat Earth perspective. So at any rate, I'm not going to defend either of these people. I wouldn't consider them my friends. I've actually never met either of them in person. I would consider them my allies, because we're definitely not at war with one another, and we're all at least globe Earth skeptics. So at what point, why should they be anything but an ally? Why should they be an enemy? That's the thing that I've failed to see. I have many disagreements with Mark Sargent, who, by the way, happens to be a completely different person than Patricia Steere, and Mark Sargent also happens to be a completely different person than me, but I have major disagreements with Mark Sargent, and I believe in the second or third video I ever did, I pointed out that, he had the behaviors of a flat Earth disinformation agent. Now, I'm not saying that's the case, it's just an observation. But a lot of people disagree. A lot of people think he's doing good work and he's waking people up. And so in that respect, I would even consider Mark Sargent an ally. Now, as a net gain or loss to the Flat Earth movement, it's hard to say. Mark Sargent has a big microphone with a large audience, and if you approach 5 out of 10 flat earthers and tell them, it might not be a Truman Show enclosed dome system, they're going to bite your head off. So I see where there's issues with inserting certain unprovable or unfalsifiable dogmas into the movement as sort of a linchpin for our proofs, because there's plenty of basic proofs that don't involve any sort of dome or even flights to Argentina, which was an irrelevant moot point. Sort of label me as an ally with Patricia Steer. I was an ally with you, right before you made this video. So technically, you were an ally with Patricia Steer, because a friend of a friend is a friend, right? I mean, I thought that's sort of how things worked, but no, I guess, we're all sort of enemies until we totally, agree with one another. We might as well just all be clones of one another and have our thoughts implanted into our brains by the mass media. That would be pretty good.
So this is what happened. Just so everybody knows, just want to make sure everybody's very clear on what happened. This guy comes up with some old MTV footage of this guy who has a gay role.
Again, this proves that you're a poor researcher and a liar, because you're coming out with unsubstantiated claims, and you're totally wrong. In fact, the last time I've spoken with John LeBon was on the last show, Globe Earth Skeptic number 11, I think. It was many months ago. And I think the last thing I did was debunk one of his buddy's videos that he filmed trying to prove curvature, that their measurements were wrong. And so I've had actually no interaction with John LeBon, except I believe that he sort of attends, or watches or listens to the Globebuster shows. And he's also been sort of combative towards our group with Lori Ferrari and Lawrence Wright, whom I know, that Matt and apparently you loathe for some reason. To too much speculation, without getting into too much speculation, because I'm not 100% sure on the details, but if I'm not mistaken, I believe that John LeBon has sort of been trolling us to provide proof or evidence that are paid shills or paid trolls against the Flat Earth movement. And so, my opinion of John LeBon is, neutral. I wouldn't call him an enemy. I've done a couple shows with him, and he was nothing but cordial and nice to me. And so, I think fairly highly of him, because he was brave enough and he had the balls to come out and do a show called Globe Earth Skeptic, and do interviews with, the first ones he did were Eric DeBay and Mark Sargent, so he was, exposing this and getting this out in the beginning, and so I'll always respect somebody that does that, including you. If that's actually what your goal is to spread this word in sort of a rational sense, then I, there's a special place in my heart for anybody that, stands up for what they know is to be right, even though they know the repercussions are going to involve, attacks from all sides. That includes from globe earthers, that includes from trolls, and that even includes from people that you consider your friends within the Flat Earth movement. So it's very, it's very much a shame, but unfortunately, that's the way the New World Order operates. The New World Order likes to separate people and divide everyone into different camps based on petty differences, and sort of pit those camps against each other, so that the movement itself sort of becomes chaotic and self-destructs, and then the pre-planned solution, this problem-reactant solution, this whole Hegelian dialectic, or maybe quadrilectic in this, but the whole thing is run by controlled opposition, and the main voices of reason are always drowned out by the crazy voices of nutbags and argument and the Jerry Springer type, just total garbage. But I don't plan to participate in this any longer. But I do need to defend, my good name, and really give the true story about what happened and how this all unfolded. So we'll continue on with your end of the story.
And this guy says, "Hey, to this guy, because you're a journalist. You need to be doing what Jeff Stewart's doing. You need to out this guy right here, So I got this footage here like I had a Kyle Jones that fucking doesn't prove goddamn anything. But I need to get the heat off of me that Jeff Stewart's putting on me. So I want to give you some video footage of this guy fucking kissing another guy or some shit like that.
Not to beat a dead horse, but you're totally wrong. The footage, the videotape was not sent to me by John LeBon. I swear to God that the person who sent me the link to this video was not John LeBon. As far as I know, John LeBon had nothing to do with this, so you're totally wrong. Regardless of who sent that video footage to me, it wasn't anything other than, oh my God, have you seen this? And so I watched it, and my jaw hit the floor. I mean, come on. If you've seen the videotape, and I didn't put the link, it's out on YouTube. I mean, it's public. It's publicly out there. It's just nobody seemed to had noticed it. Nobody had found it, and somebody, and it wasn't John LeBon, but somebody researched. There's sort of like some sort of like a Screen Actors Guild for Canada. It's like a M blah 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 number. I forget, but they tracked down through that number who the actor was and found out, the names, and found out and found this movie that this name matched up with this number, and found that video, and lo and behold, it was on YouTube, and lo and behold, it wasn't just Matt, maybe supposedly kissing some dude. It's a soft, gay, homoerotic, basically soft pornographic show geared towards young audiences, even admitted by Matt.
Well, I don't know if they show soft gay porn to kids, but I mean, NMTV's in that business. Well, 18 million people saw it. Well, I don't know if they show soft gay porn to kids, but I mean, NMTV's in that business.
And so my issue here isn't with homosexuality. Like I said before, like I told Matt, I've had friends, and I still have friends throughout my life that are gay. And I don't think of them any less as a person, but that wasn't the issue. The issue that I had was with dishonesty, and there's different levels of dishonesty going on here. Now, one level of dishonesty is Matt's claim that he thought that it was a funny script, so homosexual dudes rolling around in the sheets together is a funny script for adolescents, for teenagers to be exposed to. Okay, and this goes back to the whole gender confusion, neutral generalization, sexual confusion, sexualization of younger and younger people. This isn't just an isolated thing. This isn't just about Matt. This is a pattern in society. This is how entire societies are demoralized at the very roots, at the very youth. And that's why we have so many issues in our society with just complete, basically chaos, because there's a basically mind control operation going on that's funded by, unfortunately, the military-industrial complex. They've got huge black budgets that are dedicated to mind controlling our children. It's evident with the Globe. It's evident in all sorts of ways. In advertising, it is definitely true. There's a huge effort to take control of our associations that we form with certain ideas in our mind's eye. Okay, and this is a very slick way to get into someone's subconscious is through media, especially television. Watching television or even watching the internet, it has an effect on your brain wave patterns and the way that your brain wave patterns operate, the magnetic fields, or as it were, how they're affected by this altered state of consciousness when you're in a state of what's called a suspended state of disbelief, where you're so essentially entranced into the movie that your rational problem-solving section of your brain sort of shuts down, and instead of rationally thinking about and processing the information that you're absorbing through the movie or advertisement, what's actually happening is these subconscious ideals, often nefariously, are being inserted into your subconscious, bypassing your rational defenses against thoughts that are not your own entering your mind. Okay, so they've essentially bypassed the brain barrier on a massive scale. And so most of our population believes essentially everything that's told to them on the news. And this is very much manipulated. Read Orwell's 1984, and you'll know what I'm talking about. The powers that be manipulate us through the media, starting at younger and younger ages, and they're demoralizing the fabric of our youth by sexualization and sexual confusion. And I'm going to read the quote from an article for you that I found very compelling. It's involved with the Satanic Manifesto. It takes a few minutes to read, so but it's definitely very interesting. And I'll give you a source and a link so that you can check it out yourself. So let's get back to what you were saying first, and I'll get on with that later on in my documentary that started out having nothing to do with you, but I wanted to set the record straight because you're not telling the truth.
And you need to put it on this channel here, Globebusters. Globebusters had this girl on their show a week ago, 2 weeks ago. This girl has had this guy on her show multiple times. She's had this guy on her show. She's had all the people from this show on her show. And now they're running down this fucking shill Jesse Spots.
All right, I'm failing to make the connection. This person's been on that show. This person's been on this show. Okay, so we're all flat earthers discussing flat earth and other hot potatoes. All right, but it's about community. It's about getting together and talking about this in a rational sort of forum. I'm sure that Pat would have gladly had you on her show, but from what I gather, and I wasn't aware of this, but you had done some, derogatory things against her. I don't know the backstory against that, so that's irrelevant. But so we did some shows together. I did a couple of shows with you. So what does that mean? So does that mean that you are, part of this imaginary, imaginary movement of shills that you're dreaming up? Now, there's definitely a movement of shills, but there's also a lot of paranoid delusion going on here, and there's also a lot of muddying the waters with just bashing people for their character, when this isn't about necessarily who we are. This is about the message. Now, if a person turns out to be a compulsive liar, or a pathological liar, or a narcissistic psychopath, or just basically a sellout who is very good at lying and a very convincing liar, and can be caught changing their story, and who people like you, who say that you're good friends with him, say that he confided in you that he never was associated with NASA in any way, shape, or form, it just leads me to believe that this certainly doesn't make the Earth a globe by any stretch of the imagination, but it leads me to believe that, there shouldn't be any dishonesty in the truth movement. Now, am I saying that we're all supposed to air all of the skeletons in our closet? Do that with the priest if you feel necessary, if you feel so much guilt of things that you've done in your past. But personally, I'm pretty boring. I've been married for 14 years. I've never cheated on my wife. And the most exciting thing I do on a regular basis is walk my dog. So, I really don't have anything to hide. I'm certainly no perfect angel. I've made mistakes in my life. I've grown out of that. But, I just get the sense that certain types of people, psychopaths, I'm not going to say any names, don't have the capacity to feel any sort of remorse. They don't have the capacity to feel empathy or, like you say, walk a mile in someone's shoes. And psychopaths also have a tendency to really want to be loved. And so, although they're not unable to sense emotion, they become masters of feigning or faking emotion. And so that's what makes them so convincing, and that's what makes them such good liars, and that's what makes them such good politicians and 33rd degree Freemasons, and that sort of thing can be screened for. I believe it's screened for in the military, and especially these days when you see in the police forces and most corporations, I think psychopathy is screened for, but it's instead of being filtered out, it's actually promoted, because that's the sort of person that the New World Order wants in its upper ranks, and the sort of person that it wants down in its lower ranks are the sorts of people that will conform to the New World Order just because of social and cultural pressure. I guarantee you 5 years ago, you would have never said it's okay to be gay. But now that it's politically incorrect to say that you have a problem with gay marriage, or you think that that's sort of contrary to marriage by definition, then suddenly that's hate speech, which is ridiculous. We need to get back to basics.
He's next, Jesse. If you're out there, just letting you know, I know who you are. But I digress. I won't go down that road yet. That's just something I'm working on. So anyway, the heat was on this guy. The heat was on this girl. They wanted to get the heat off of them, so they conspired a way to get this guy to do something really stupid.
It's actually comical how incorrect you are. The footage that was sent to me by somebody that actually loathes Patricia Steere. That means the person that sent this to me hates Patricia Steere. They're actually the sort of person that bashes Patricia Steere. Okay? And so for you to come up with this theory, you're just way off base, man. And trust me, I would tell you if you were even close. I would say, I respect that because it shows that you're a good researcher. And I give credit where credit's due. I really do. Because I don't have any agenda in this, except for defending my good name and making sure that the truth is told as it really happened. Now, for you to come up with these wild theories, which are, first of all, totally incorrect, with absolutely no evidence to back them, what does that say about you as a researcher? Again, I can't believe I'm making this video. I really can't. If you would have told me a week ago I was making this video, I would have told you, no, I'm supposed to be doing frickin' Friday Night Hangout with Jeff and frickin' Geo. I mean, what the fuck, dude? What happened? What happened is I confided in you to try to get in touch with Matt, which I did try, and I confided in you to tell this dude to get a hold of me. This is important. If he would have just called me, I might not have put the video out at all. It would have come out because it was sent to me. But, again, I was trying to do this as a favor to the dude out of respect. Okay? Honestly. That's really the truth. And what happened is somewhere along the line, and I really wished I would have recorded the call. Maybe you did. I bet you did. And I bet you, if it comes out, it'll be edited. I hope you did, because I confided in you, man, and I told you I may have said some things that, yeah, there's some gay shit in this, and there totally was. If you're going to deny that was not homoerotic soft porn geared towards children, then you're just lying to yourself, because that's what it was. And again, this is an issue that goes back way beyond Matt Boylan. He is just one small pawn in this huge, it's essentially everything from a pedophilia ring to a sex trafficking ring to a mass media brainwashing of children into things like bestiality and homoerotic, hypersexual, gender confusion, gender blending, and just total confusion of children's minds.
Here's your Woody Academics and now Will Smith's son. Jaden Smith is his name. He pretty much announced that he is now rocking dresses and skirts. And pretty much he announced this and also tweeted about the struggles of wearing a dress. Now, pretty much, man, I think we just got to come to terms with the fact that, hey, he's living that lifestyle. And now we criticize people and rappers alike because we see them in this ambiguous realm where they might be dressing as men one day, they might be dressing as women. To them, they feel their fashion choices has nothing to do with their sexuality, whether or how masculine they're perceived. Now, here's the thing. We could make speculations about who his favorite rapper is, but we got to acknowledge one fact. As time goes on in society, we see things going to one extreme and it never goes back, which means pretty much like, I think about July, most of you niggas that's probably listening to this, you're probably acting all hard. You're probably going to be thinking about buying a floral dress by, I'll say August, okay? Because remember like 5 years ago, right? Most of you niggas were at like, yo, eating ass. Niggas be like, I eat the out of some but eating ass, that is some demonic shit. Now, to be honest, most of you demonic niggas, you're eating ass. So listen, things only gets more extreme. So I'm going to say by like maybe August, maybe max end of the year, you niggas are really going to be copping out the female catalog at Forever 21 or Victoria's Secret. Niggas want to wear bras, niggas want to wear panties, niggas want to wear dresses. That's just what it is. And now, maybe you're not into it, or maybe you're not into it yet. But you can't deny that this is a definite, relevant, and a trend that's very much obvious. It's not something that a couple people are doing. It's a motherfucking trend. I told you, it's a lifestyle. So yeah, listen, that's what's gonna happen. As I said, all you new niggas, or all you niggas that's talking about I'll never do it, right?
Now, if a person decides to be homosexual, I think that's one thing. In my personal experience, I've ever known well that was my friend that was gay, and it's been a handful, like maybe 7 or 8. Most of them were chicks, of course. Told me personally that, ultimately when it comes down to it, that they had some sort of sexual trauma or some sort of really overbearing mother figure and that sort of thing. It was always something that they lead it back to that psychologically turned them off from the opposite sex. And, that you could call that anecdotal, but the truth is, if someone decides to be gay, that's fine with me. But what I have a problem with is someone basically selling their soul to the devil for money and for fame and for a self-proclaimed stepping stone to NASA, which makes absolutely no sense unless he was taking these deals from the Illuminati, like he said he refused.
Because I know quite a bit about Hollywood. I've had about 7 offers I turned down.
The way that this works apparently is you do some weird crap for these initiation rituals, like rolling around in the sheets with a dude, and then later on they put you in NASA because they know that you can be trusted, because they know that you have certain ways of life that you want to live and you don't have much moral fabric. I'm sorry, anybody that's willing to, and there's exceptions I'm sure, but anyone that's willing to roll around in bed with someone of the same sex or even someone of the opposite sex on camera with 10 people standing around them, it goes to show their sort of moral character. And, I'm sorry, I'm not trying to be judgmental. Again, I'm sure there's exceptions. But at the end of the day, most normal people don't do that. And to justify it, especially when it's homosexual or homoerotic and geared towards children, this folds into a much wider problem. And I'm going to demonstrate that. And I'm going to demonstrate the position I was coming from is not against gay people. It's against these media companies targeting our youngsters and confusing them in terms of gender. And we'll also touch into chemically with the bovine hormones that are not only making young women blossom much younger than they should, but also are effeminizing, if that's a word, effeminizing our young boys. And so you have this combination of things, chemical and psychological, and there's more to it even than that. Look at Bruce Jenner. But chemical and psychological gender confusion of our youth. And you compound that with living on a spinning ball, and there basically is no God. That's the line. That's where the New World Order is taking us. And certain people, like Matt Boylan, hit all those check marks. I'm sorry, but he does, and then goes around prancing around in a 33 shirt with a goat. And so it just really goes to show that if he did that in jest, it was in poor taste. But the rules go, they have to tell you, a vampire has to ask your permission to come in, and a Freemason has to tell you they're a Freemason, and they have to tell you that they, what they're going to do. Before they do it, they have to. It's a rule. For some reason, don't ask me why. I guess it's so that they can remain carefree or, not guilty. And so, that's some speculation there, but I'm going to intend to show some evidence for it. So we'll continue.
I guess you're in a lofty, pious position.
No, not at all.
The people, okay, before they would understand at what level NASA and Hollywood are in bed. And if it wasn't for somebody like me who had an experience in Hollywood and also did you guys just unclick me?
No, you're still here.
Okay.
Oh, no, not at all.
I think you need an inside view of what goes on. So I don't get roles anymore since I snuck my perception test on French TV in Montreal. I don't get
and the reason why I wanted to talk to you about this first before coming out with it, but before I got a chance to talk to you, you put out a video basically calling me a bum and a worthless liar and all kinds of other stuff. And, frankly, I probably wouldn't even release the video if it hadn't have been for that. I wanted to talk to you about this first because, frankly, Matt, I've been a big supporter and proponent of yours for the duration of this movement.
So you're the victim in this.
No, don't twist my words. What I'm telling you is that this information was going to come out, and I sort of wanted.
It was already out. I have an acting reel. Everybody knows I do acting, design, painting.
Okay. So what you're saying is that this.
I'm on the acting thing all the time.
So what you're saying is this hostile hookup was a well-known thing that everybody knew that you did. Is that what you're saying?
Well, 18 million people saw it.
But what? So the people in the flat Earth movement knew it?
But what bearing does it have to do with doing expedition now, 15 years later?
The point that I was trying to make is this information was going to come out to make you look bad, and what I wanted to do. Well, wait a minute now. What I wanted to do was I wanted to talk to you about it to get your side of the story first before releasing it. But unfortunately, before I had a chance to talk to you, I'm watching a video of you saying that, oh, you called me once and therefore I don't exist. I'm a shill, and that basically I don't work when in fact I do. I have a home-based business. And
who gave you the tip on this? Or told you to paint this whole thing with this video? Why did this video of my
It was your own words, most of it.
Okay, me and you have jobs. Okay, you're a room painter. You're a painter. I'm a contract artist and painter and designer. I gotta work. Morguile, I don't even know why he fucking calls himself that. He doesn't have a job. Laurie Ferry doesn't have a job. Patricia Steer doesn't have a job. Mark Sargent doesn't have a job. Okay, Lawrence Wright doesn't have a job. Their job is to be on me and then take me out so nobody plans an expedition to Antarctica, a real one, 6 ships, 600 people, straight across. I infiltrated Hollywood so I could find out how NASA works. NASA is Hollywood. The Hollywood sign, okay, was built on a property owned by P.W. Griffith. His wife was getting calls from the Pope because the Pope wanted the fucking property. Because I know quite a bit about Hollywood. I've had about 7 offers I turned down over the past decade and change. And I just got a big one last week. Looks like they're taking up a notch because I didn't take their olive branch again. Stick to the scientific method. Let's do a straight expedition across Antarctica. So I hope this wasn't taken out of context. I record everything.
No, hold on a second. Why did a production, which is clearly acting, there's a script, it's not like now where it's real. Why did you get disturbed by a role I played in 2001 after the towers came down? 2001 after the towers came down. 2001 after the towers came down.
To me, it has more to do with dishonesty.
But what's dishonest about it?
Well, are you gay or are you straight?
I have a girlfriend. That's a TV role.
Okay, so then it was dishonesty because you pretended to be a gay man, even if it's on TV. It doesn't matter. And yeah, no, I don't think that's appropriate for children to see. And yes, MTV is geared towards children.
Okay, so you're working from a pious position to judge me and whether I'm credible enough to do an expedition across Antarctica. Is this correct?
No, what I'm saying is that
No, but it kind of looks like that, John.
your credibility has sort of come into question, and instead of slinging accusations at people,
The only person that's trying to make my credibility come into question is you by making this video, and you already had the footage, and you already edited it, and you were all ready to do it, but you wanted to contact me, but I never got any contact from you. I got a nice a Facebook message with your phone number, but I'm on a job site. It's almost like somebody knows that I'm actually working right now, and it took advantage of that very delicate window of opportunity where you couldn't be patient enough, and then you were threatening Jeff that you were going to release this.
I wasn't threatening Jeff at all, and as a matter of fact, I just commented on a post that you made.
Is there an attempt to replace me running this expedition because you're the other extended land theory?
Well, and I guess the next sort of logical question would be is how do we know when you're acting and how do we know when you're being honest? Because if you can go from one extreme to being a straight man with a wife to pretending to be a gay man rolling around the covers with another man, to me that shows that you are a pretty damn good liar one way or another.
Here's where it gets interesting.
Now this guy knew my phone number, and this guy and this guy, me and this guy, were pretty good friends. So I look out for this guy.
Jeff, of course I knew your number. We had done 2 shows 2 weeks in a row, 2 Fridays in a row, and we had talked on the phone for hours. And I think we had maybe even texted, I don't know. But yeah, I had your number. We were on Facebook. We had talked a couple times on Facebook. I think I got your number through Facebook. And so for you to say this guy had my number and you look out for that guy, you're lying because you were not looking out for that guy. If you were looking out for that guy, you would have not lied to him. I wasn't threatening him. That's a blatant lie. I was trying to help him. I was trying to help him get in front of this story before it comes out. And again, that tape that was available on YouTube was handed to me or linked to me by somebody that absolutely hates Patricia Steere and Mark Sargent and probably even John LeBond. So your theory is just so ridiculous. And, for you to just make these claims with no evidence and happen to be totally wrong, it's just a testament to, just your inability as a researcher. You should probably hone that a little bit. And there's this thing called proof, Jeff. You have to have proof. And I guarantee you're never going to find proof for that because you were absolutely 100% wrong.
Because he's been out there all alone in the flat earth for a long time.
There's one person responsible for Matt being out there alone in the flat earth for a long time, and that person is Matt, okay? Or, that person could maybe possibly be you, because, I'm telling all of you, all of my listeners, all of my subscribers, I swear to God that I approached Jeff totally in a way to try to help Matt. And what Jeff did is he turned it around into basically pitting Matt against me and pitting me against Matt. As I said, Jeff had already been telling me, feeding me sort of really bad things, really, unbelievable things about Matt prior to these tapes ever landing in my lap. Okay, so again, prior to the tape, Matt had told me that, again, and this is the third time I'm going to swear to this, Jeff told, and this is hearsay, and I don't believe Jeff, so take this with a grain of salt, but Jeff told me that Matt confided in him that he never worked for NASA. That was all a lie. It was made up. Now, I wouldn't have believed this, and I didn't believe this, and I even told Jeff then, I said, technically, if he's a subcontractor, he didn't work for him. So I was still apologizing for him, and I didn't believe it because I believed Matt was a man of integrity, and I believed that persona. Now, when I saw those tapes, that usually I'm a very good judge of me that yes, I am still a good judge of character, but Matt is an excellent actor, and he's excellent at faking emotions. And that type of person, you can call them a good actor, but when they appear to be a compulsive liar, what Matt said about me on his response video to a video that I never released yet. That's sort of funny to make a response to a video that I hadn't yet released. But it showed that he was a compulsive liar because he blatantly lied, blatantly provably lied about me and slandered me. And just so you know, the difference between slander and telling the truth is slander is when you say negative things about somebody that are lies. Telling the truth is possibly saying negative things about somebody that you can prove. So that is the difference between slander and lies. And, another thing, this may sound childish, but there's a difference between being provoked and unprovoked.
So I look out for this guy because he's been out there all alone in the flat earth for a long time. And he doesn't have anybody, hardly, that he can call an ally or a friend. He walks around paranoid as fuck.
It's funny that you mentioned that because if he's considered you a friend for all this time, I could understand why he's walking around paranoid as fuck, because you are obviously pitting people against him and pitting him against people. So, with friends like you, Jeff, I really don't know who needs enemies.
All the time. And he has good reason to be. Anybody that says he's crazy ain't lived a day in his shoes.
My best advice to Matt, if you do listen to this, would be to double check, your friendship with Jeff, because I'm telling you, he's double, he's two-faced. He's playing both sides of the fence, and he's causing you to be paranoid for good reason. I believe that's true. I believe what Jeff said is true, that you're paranoid for good reason because Jeff is putting you into situations where you're sort of forced to alienate yourself. So again, when I came to you with the knowledge of those videotapes, it honestly was to try to help you. And I'm sorry that things unfolded the way that they did. However, the person to blame really for things unfolding the way that they did is Jeff, by being a double-faced backstabber.
And I got all the love for this guy here. This guy is fucking a lot of people's personal fucking hero. He had woke more people, he attuned more people to perception than anybody else in the movement combined.
Yeah, that's the worst part about this, is because I actually considered Matt sort of a personal hero all the way up until including the day where I saw the videotape of him making a response to the video that I hadn't released, along with you basically showing your true colors as a two-faced backstabber. That's all the proof you need right there, is that tape that Matt released. So, I think it is a tragedy that that somebody that is such a personal hero to so many people appears to be a puppet for the New World Order. Now, that's what I was trying to expose after seeing, the way that this was handled. I've had my sort of questions about Matt, but I've always supported him for a while, just like I've had my questions about a lot of the big names in the Flat Earth movement, and I sort of let my guard down because I trust people, and, obviously that was a major mistake with you. But regardless of this petty, he said, she said bullcrap between you, Matt, and I wish Matt would have gotten a hold of me personally first, because this would have unfolded differently. However, you know, besides all of this, the big thing to expose here is a documentary, you know, that I've been wanting to make for a long time, which is exactly this multi-generational attack on our youth's minds, as well as our youth's, you know, reach to puberty at a much younger age, as well as different types of hormones being absorbed into the, you know, young bodies of our children, directly from the livestock through milk, as well as meat and dairy products and such. So that's what I'd like to expose, and for Matt to play right into this gender confusion, not the chemical part necessarily, but the psychological part, and to have no shame in it, to admit that it was for a paycheck, to admit that it was a natural step towards NASA, really brings into question the authenticity of Matt.
Kindness and love will open the heart of any problem born. That heart will melt within the warmth of the sunshine of love. I have really never found a boy who wanted to be bad.
Mel Burrows was 12 years old when he was placed at Boys Town in 1981 after his mother was murdered by his father.
This is your file from Boys Town.
Yeah.
The 15th of March 1983. It's a Boys Town hospital referral. You were sent to hospital on this occasion?
Yeah.
And it mentions stomach pains. What happened there?
I was right. Spoke with then director, Brother Paul Smith.
I think it's terribly important to be loved. And I think the boys who leave Boys Town can honestly say that at least they know they are lovable. And that's important.
How many of you were sexually abused at Boys Town?
We'll uncover an abuse scandal that darkens a respected Catholic institution.
That there had been some, and my lawsuit against the Catholic Archdiocese, the Catholic Church, was the first in the United States, I repeat, was the first in the United States that actually identified this problem of priests having pedophilia problems.
This is going to be one of the largest child abuse cases in history.
I meet with Cardinal Ratzinger, and to my surprise and shock, he didn't try to defend or deny. He said, yes, we know all about this problem.
Naomi's a social worker.
So
that the best condition it can be in?
And Andrew runs their bed and breakfast.
Talent quest.
That's different.
You think you've got the morning under control, everyone's up early and something always.
Hattie and Isabel both have bright futures, but one sibling may have a few more challenges than the other, as one was born a boy. Naomi's a social worker. Hattie and Isabel both have bright futures. One was born a boy. Naomi's a social worker. Hattie and Isabel both have bright futures. One was born a boy. Hattie and Isabel, one was born a boy.
Because he stated in previous shows that he's been offered deals by the Illuminati, for lack of a better word, and he's turned them down. However, if you look at his actions, especially with this new footage coming to light, it appears as if he took these deals all the way through, especially if he actually indeed worked for NASA, which I have my doubts. Now, again, I don't trust Jeff, and I believe he could have been feeding me misinformation about Matt confiding in him about not working for NASA. So for all I know, Matt could have very well been a subcontractor for NASA. So I'm not saying that. A lot of things are coming into question now, just based on what Jeff has told me. I believe any of what Jeff told me was everything Jeff told me in our many hours of conversations, lies, misinformation to see if I would spread misinformation. But at any rate, back to the show.
That guy right there, he woke up more people through perception than all other people in the movement combined.
So we're supposed to trust him no matter what, even if he turns out to be a complete liar, according to you. We're supposed to trust him and follow him no matter what, even though he turns out to be a sellout and very much two-faced and even a bold-faced liar, because I know for a fact he's lied about me. Also very paranoid, obviously narcissistic, and there is no leader of the flat earth. There is no king of the flat earth. This world belongs to us all. To have respect for somebody is one thing, but to just blindly follow somebody no matter what is more along the lines of Nicole. I don't want to be in a cult. Maybe you do, but I don't. Or maybe your function is merely to, maybe Matt is totally legitimate, and maybe it's your function to get people against him. Maybe that's your function. Maybe that's why he's so paranoid. Maybe that's why, who was it, Geo Shifter said on the show that he's been getting certain threats, I guess, after starting to hang out with you. Maybe you're a big problem, Jeff. Maybe.
So it doesn't matter what he did in his past, because it's not supposed to matter what he did in his past, no more than it's supposed to matter what this guy did in his past, or this non-existent past that she has.
I see the point you're trying to make here, Jeff, and I agree with you to a degree. But that's not just a blanket rule that applies to everything. A compulsive liar, a pathological liar, a person with the inability to feel remorse or compassion or regret, or to possibly see the error of their ways and mend them, or a person with a propensity to sell their body for cash or as a stepping stone into their career at NASA, which I still fail to see the connection there. But anybody, let's just go with a pathological liar. So we're supposed to trust a pathological liar because they used to be a pathological liar. Am I supposed to trust you after hearing what you called me and hearing the way that you talked about me to Matt, it really clearly proves to me that that you're not to be trusted, and that's at any point in the future. So what we do in our past certainly does affect our credibility in the future. Am I saying I'm a perfect angel and I've never made mistakes? No. But have I ever crawled into bed with a dude for money? No. Have I ever claimed that that was a stepping stone towards my career with NASA? No. Have I ever claimed that I've been offered deals by the Illuminati and turned them down? No. Have I ever made claims that I know my way well around the Hollywood industry? No. And so, you can bring up this red herring argument about the past is the past, and in some cases that's true. If a person mends the errors of their ways and repents, which essentially means what repent means is to sort of turn away from wrongdoing and sort of go along the right path. And of course, I'm sure, Satanists believe there is no real right and wrong. It's all just sort of moral relativism. But at the end of the day, most people know the difference between right and wrong. But I just disagree with you. I think that someone that's proven to be time and time again dishonest, someone that appears to have a propensity to bold-faced lie and have no problem looking you dead in the eye lying, that's an issue. I'm sorry to say, but typically a leopard never changes its spots. Now, if that leopard sort of really didn't want their spots and they got them all shaved off, technically I guess that would work. But, the analogy still stands. And once a pathological liar, always a pathological liar. Once a psychopath, always a psychopath. And once an untrustworthy backstabber, always an untrustworthy backstabber.
Or maybe what's in his past. Or these guys that work in here.
Well, hopefully you're using the term work very closely when you point to the Globebusters and say work, because I've never personally been paid for that show. The ad revenues go, we don't even split them because they're so little. And so for you to say where these guys work is sort of a misnomer, because it's actually, well, volunteer work if you consider that work. But no, all the shows that I do, and I'm sure you agree, even your show that I did with you, I didn't even bring up price, because I don't do shows, flat earth shows, for the money. I do it for the truth. And, I put ads on my channel so that I can get a little revenue from that. And people that like to contribute to my channel have that option. People that would not like to contribute to my channel don't have to. But so to call that, to call us working together in that regard, or in sort of the negative connotation that you put it, is wrong. Because the Globebusters, all we do is basically, most of the time, sit around and talk flat earth. Which apparently, according to you, that's some sort of awful thing to do, even though you had the brilliant idea of doing a 24-hour Flat Earth Talk network. So I guess, that idea's changed now too, huh?
So, anyway, this guy calls me. He says, man, I'm fixing to do a expose on Matt, and I wanted to talk to Matt about it before I did it.
That's a pretty misleading way to put it. I actually called you, Jeff, and I asked you, I said, would you be surprised if I told you that I've got footage right here showing Matt acting in a soft gay porn movie? And your response is, no, you would not be surprised. So that's how that conversation started. And what I told you was, this information is fixing to come out, and I really need to get a hold of Matt. Do you have I don't have his number. What's the best number to get a hold of him? So you gave me one number, which I called, and it didn't work. It was a bunk number. And so I called you right back, and you gave me another number, which appeared to work. but I didn't get an answer. I waited a little while. I called it again, left a message. I tried sending a text message as well, and I never heard back. In fact, the next time I heard back from either you or Matt, actually, I called you back that night and I said, please, if you get a hold of Matt, please have him contact me. And I thought that we were very clear that this, this information was coming out one way or another. And yeah, I do have a responsibility as a journalist to report the news as I see fit. But also, as someone with respect for Matt, I figured I would give him the benefit of the doubt to get ahead of the story. And this could have all unfolded very differently. But unfortunately, I believe that your goal is to make sure that nothing unfolds smoothly in the flat earth, and I think that's your major problem with Patricia Steer and others, is that they're actually coming together. And so your job is to create division, just like any agent provocateur would.
Because, I want to make sure that, I got this shit straight, that he was in gay soft porn. And I said, man, you don't want to do that. He said, well, I'm a journalist. He says he's a journalist. I thought he was a flat earther, but he said he was a journalist.
Again, we've already gone over the definition of journalist, and I'm sorry that I don't use, lower level vocabulary, but I have a responsibility to my viewers and subscribers that when I'm aware of a big truth, that I have responsibility to expose that truth to them, whether I like it or not. And trust me, I didn't like seeing those tapes, and I didn't like making a response to Matt's preemptive response. That makes a lot of sense. Thanks a lot for that, by the way, Jeff, because I know that was all your shit stirring that caused that. So good job there. Well done. Matt, he played you like a fiddle. Yeah, so your job is to make sure that nothing runs smoothly, that we're all at odds, and you're exposed. You're completely exposed now. Now, if you were a real friend to either myself or Matt, this whole situation would have unfolded differently. You would have made sure that the two of us got in contact. But instead, what you did was made sure and fill Matt's head full of lies, that I was basically threatening to attack him with this information, which really, again, and I'll say this till I'm blue in the face because it's the truth, and I'm not changing my story on this ever. When I contacted you, it was through respect of Matt. Do you honestly think that I would have even tried to contact Matt to get him out in front of this information if I had an agenda just to release it, ad hoc as is? No, but at the same time, let's just take someone that you respect and trust, and you have information dumped in your lap that shows them to be, well, totally the opposite of the person that you thought, that shows them to be, capable of, turning on and off their emotions and even their sexual preference like a faucet. Now, would you keep that to yourself, or would you share it with the world? Now, I also gave Matt the benefit of the doubt and did my due diligence as a respectable journalist. And yes, that is what I am, and yes, that is even what you are. Well, you're a journalist anyway. I wouldn't necessarily say respectable, but any respectable journalist is going to try to get all sides of the story, and so that's what I attempted to do. Because again, this information was going to come out. It was given to me. And I believe that the reason the person gave it to me was because they knew that I had the ability to get in touch with Matt Boylan and to present this information fairly, which was totally my intention. And I wanted to give Matt the opportunity to sort of explain the situation. For all I know, he needed a kidney transplant. But basically, Matt admitted that he did it for the money. He needed the money. It was just a gig. He thought the script was funny. He thought that gay dudes rolling around under the covers with boners is funny, and especially when it's targeted towards child audiences. So that's double funny. And I don't sense any sort of real motivation for Matt to do that flick, other than it was a stepping stone for him to bigger and better things. Now, those bigger and better things obviously weren't an acting career because, well, he's never been in any blockbusters I've seen. We'll probably see him in the future. But no, maybe those bigger and better things were NASA, or maybe those bigger and better things were just, the sort of rubbing elbows with the rich at cocktail parties. And, maybe that cocktail party was the story that he told about the cocktail party and the NASA guy was true. But perhaps, and this is just a hypothesis, but perhaps, and this is based on what Jeff told me, which may be total lies, but perhaps Matt dreamed up the entire NASA subcontractor thing completely. Maybe that's all a fabrication. Maybe it's 100% true. But the only reason I have doubt about that is because of Jeff. And I'm sure that the only reason that Matt had doubt about me and my integrity was Jeff. And I'm sure that the only reason that Geo Shifter or Martin is getting the threats that he's getting, which, by the way, I've gotten a death threat since, was probably because of Jeff. Because Jeff appears to be, he used to work for the Navy, but it appears that possibly Jeff may still be, covertly connected with the Navy. Just a hypothesis, just throwing things out there. But agent provocateurs usually tend to be on government payroll, and that sort of thing is probably not traceable back to a, tax withholding check. It's probably paid in cash, I would imagine, if Jeff is an agent. Although this is all just speculation. I don't see a real person like Jeff actually going to the lengths to discredit the movement in such a way that he's done in pitting Matt and I against each other, other than the fact that either he really wants attention or he really loves just manipulating people, or he's a paid agent.
Although he's been on her show, and he's on their show, and has a lot of conversation with him. But he's a journalist. He's a flat earther, and he's a journalist, and he just feels the impetuous need to fucking go after this guy here for something that he did a long time ago, trying to break into the fucking acting business.
Let me explain this to you again, Jeff, so you understand it. This information was going to come out. It was going to come out imminently. The person that sent me this information, and as soon as I get permission to reveal their identity, I'm glad to do so. But I can guarantee you, and I promise you, it was not John LeBon. And it'll probably come out who it was. And you probably could, if you listen to what I've told you so far, you can probably take a wild guess and know who it was. But if they give me the permission, I will, come out with the source. For you to say that I had this, insatiable need to come out with this information is a total misrepresentation. First of all, again, if information like this comes into my lap, I have a responsibility to release it because I am a journalist, whether you like it or not. And also, you're misrepresenting me because I had no such intention as to rush out with this information. I wanted to talk to Matt about it first. I may not have even released the video. But I at least wanted to find out his take on it and to see how he felt about it and find out sort of a little bit more about him in the conversation, because if he would have told me I needed a kidney transplant, then I would have probably just dropped the whole thing. But if he would have told me, well, I needed the money and it was an obvious stepping stone towards NASA and this, that, and the other, well, I probably would have continued and made the video, and I probably would have included his commentary to prove the point that Matt is right along step by step with the New World Order in many different ways. And y'all can hate me for saying that, but I call him how I see him. And if you don't understand what the New World Order is, then maybe you should research it, because it's essentially the Illuminati, for lack of a better word. You could call them PNAC, the Project for the New American Century. but it's these elite, super rich people that happen to run Hollywood, which Matt knows his way around Hollywood very well. But this New World Order is a land where basically the law of the land is the law of Lucifer. Do what thou wilt will be the whole of the law. And basically people that have moral principles, such as, for example, I believe that men and women were created to be sexual partners and not men and men. I think that's self-evident. I don't think that's just my opinion. I think that there's lots of good evidence to support that notion. But the New World Order is going to label me an intolerant bigot because of this. And that's the sort of thing that Matt will play right along with. Matt is step lock with the mainstream New World Order agenda, playing the intolerance card, playing the politically incorrect card against me. And I'll tell you, in a world full of lies and deception and just so much hate, I would never want to be considered politically correct, that's for sure.
It's that insane. So I hung up the phone with him, and I called him and I said, dude, you need to fucking, he's like, dude, I'm in the middle of a job. I ain't got time to talk. I said, motherfucker, you better fucking make time to talk. You got some shit brewing against you, and it ain't good. It's not anything that you've not already said before, but this shit's gonna, these guys got some audience, and this guy's using this guy's audience. They got a lot of supporters out there that all those supporters like you.
Okay, yet again, you prove your ability to completely not even attempt to do research. That's sort of your forte, is to just make false accusations and not even bother to research. If you'll notice, your claim here was that I'm using the Globebusters audience to, basically discredit Matt. That's a blatant lie. I have over 11,000 subscribers, so my primary channel has almost quadrupled the audience of Globebusters, and so that's a lie. And secondly, I didn't use Globebusters to post my video or to discredit Matt in any way. In fact, I finally wanted to have a decent conversation with Matt, because up until this point, the only thing I had done was left him messages, through his voicemail and through text and through you. And the only response I had gotten from Matt was that hateful, slanderous video full of vicious lies. And for you to say that you hung up the phone on me and then called Matt and said that I'm threatening to use, the Globebusters audience against him, you're just totally blowing things out your rear. It doesn't even make any sense. First of all, I would never use Globebusters as a platform to do that, and I had intended to use Globebusters as a platform to really sit down and discuss this thing, but all Matt wanted to do was turn the conversation around on how I'm an intolerant bigot. So I understand, Jeff, that you're down with the Rainbow Crew, and that's fine. To each his own. If you probably go to the gay pride marches, and that's fine too. But for you to, use these stereotypes against me and to make claims that I'm using, and by the way, most of the Globebusters audience a lot of that audience are subscribers to my channel anyways, so it's not like I'm really trying to do this massive social media campaign against Matt. The only thing I did was give the dude some warning. I tried to help him get ahead of it. I would have done a way different piece if Matt and I would have had a civilized conversation instead of him doing a preemptive strike against a preemptive response to a video that I had not made. So, it just goes to show, it really proves clearly that you are the culprit in this. It doesn't take a rocket scientist to figure out what's going on. And I'm really glad that Matt did tape that one phone call where you were showing your true colors, which is complete contrary to the way that I've treated you and to the way that you have treated me on your shows that we've done together. So, really shame on you. Friends are hard to come by, and you shouldn't do people like that. You shouldn't backstab people, and whether you're paid to do it or not, I don't know. But you should really do some soul searching, because if you get your kicks on manipulating people, that's really fucked up. And if you're getting paid to basically drive Matt crazy and pit the flat Earth proponents against one another, you're outed. You've got zero credibility.
So why would they be wanting to out you as some sort of gay porn star? And even if he was a gay porn star in the past, it doesn't even matter. It really doesn't even matter, because every one of these people in this picture have some past behind them that they're not so proud of.
So does that logic apply for all scenarios? So if you put a picture of, let's say, Ted Bundy, the serial killer, next to 6, I don't know, teenage boys, would that same scenario apply, that they were all equally guilty? The fact is, as far as I know, none of the people on that list of pictures there were homoerotic soft gay porn stars in their past. As far as I know, the only one in those pictures is Matt. And so there is sort of an exclusivity there, and I don't think you can necessarily lump us all into the same bucket under that banner at all. Furthermore, I don't believe any of the people on that list of pictures have been shown to be possibly paranoid delusional, possibly chemically imbalanced, and possibly being fed really bad misinformation and disinformation from somebody whom he trusts, who's really just not looking out for his best interests at all. So I think that's a shame if that's the case, but your very own actions, I can see right through you. I really can. And I just wish that I would have sort of listened to the signs and listened to my subscribers about you long before I had to learn this the hard way. But everything happens for a reason. The proof's in the pudding. You can gauge a man by the fruit of his works. And, I think that the gossip and the manipulative games should be left to the high school students, not the adults. But, agent provocateurs, I guess, are bound by no sort of honor or code of honor.
Now, this guy might not be outing, he didn't go out and say, well, I've done this and this and this in the past, so I just wanted to let everybody know that this guy's got some sorry shit in his past too. No, he just came out and said, this guy's got some sorry shit in his past. Now I want to expose it to everybody. He doesn't expose himself first.
Well, if you actually go, if you actually go through and watch my videos, I do tell a lot about my past and, things that I'm not so proud of, and, that's what makes us who we are. And I can assure you that if I had done any sort of, homoerotic pornographic work in my past, that I would have been the first to admit it, especially, coming out with that sort of video. I can go back to, the years, with the many years that I was an altar boy, and the worst thing I probably did was stay up too late practicing my guitar. I did a lot of drugs growing up in high school, and I was arrested a few times for things like DUI. I was expelled from school because of a sting operation where they basically busted over 100 people at my high school, and they actually raided my house and found an ecstasy pill and a joint underneath my bed. And so I was arrested for that, and I was expelled from school for that. So, you know, my life really is an open book, if you were paying attention to my videos, and I don't have anything to hide. And you know, you're totally misrepresenting the point of the video. I wasn't necessarily exposing Matt as a homoerotic soft gay porn star, which he obviously was in that video. I mean, that's not debatable. That's exactly what that video was, and not only that, but it was geared towards children. But for you to say that I'm somehow taking the moral high ground by not, you know, admitting to all of the, you know, equally, you know, immoral things that I've done in my life is ridiculous. This video, it wasn't about me. This video was about information about a person that I respected that landed in my lap, that I tried to communicate with him about, but unfortunately I did that through you, which was a mistake. And so what I got was, instead of a rational conversation between myself and Matt, what I got was a preemptive response to a video that I hadn't made, at which point my hand was basically forced, and I just went ahead and released the video pretty quickly as is. I didn't take me very long to edit that, because it was a short 15-minute video. Didn't take me long to render it, because I rendered it in not in high definition. And you know, and the reason that I did it so hastily is because I don't have time. I really don't have the time to be. There's so many more important topics that we could be working on constructively, as opposed to, you know, bickering amongst ourselves about this thing or that. But again, this whole thing isn't about Matt either being gay or being a sellout or possibly selling his soul to the devil or possibly lying about working for NASA. It doesn't have anything to do with any one thing in particular. It has to do with all of it as a whole. You know, him walking around with a 33 shirt and doing things with the Baphomet with the goat, you know, that to me, I looked past that. I was like, it's a coincidence, or, you know, he's just being funny. But no, I think that there's more to it than that. And I think that, you know, gauge a man by the fruits of his works. And that's, you know, lip service. You can talk all the talk that you want to talk, but unless you have proof of something, and unless you, you know, unless you show the results of your efforts, the results of your efforts show your character. And I'm sorry, Jeff. I guess you can jump into bed with a bunch of dudes with boners, and that's cool with you. But it's not cool with me, especially if he's a straight man, you know, aspiring actor. If that's how you want to justify it, then justify it. Name your price. So I guess, you know, you'll jump on board with the new world order as long as, you know, the price is right, because you know how we have to worship that fiat currency that's worth about 5 cents of its value, you know, compared to the value prior to the Federal Reserve Act in 1913. So yeah, that piece of paper, that worthless paper, is worth more than your than your very soul, than your very moral fabric, than your very self-respect. And yeah, so that has nothing to do with the person that you're following blindly. You think that we shouldn't consider a person's actions when we subscribe to their idealisms, and when we recommend them to people. Would you recommend people go hang out with Charles Manson? I don't know, maybe you love the guy, I don't know. But no, I think that, you know, people who are known to be unstable, compulsive liars, sellouts, backstabbers, people such as that should be, you know, exposed for what they are. And for somebody to be so defensive about a video that I hadn't even released goes to show that he was probably embarrassed about this. Otherwise, you know, he would have had it on his YouTube channel if he was so proud of his work. It appears as though he was not, you know, featuring this on his channel. So for one reason or another, he wanted it hidden. And I submit that if we can sort of map out a timeline of, you know, his different bodies of work, then when exactly were you working for NASA, Matt? You know, I'm just curious to understand the timeline, but I'm sure we'll never see that. I'm sure we'll never see any sort of proof. So, yeah, we'll just put blind faith in a known liar, according to Jeff, and according to me, because he's lied about me. He's made, both Jeff and Matt Boylan have made unsubstantiated claims about me, which are lies, which amounts to slander. And that's fine. You know, I can take slander. I'm used to it. I'm a flat earther and a journalist. Yes, you can be both. By the way, Jeff, if you didn't know, you can be a flat earther and a journalist and a scientist at the same time. And I believe that, you know, I like to think of myself as all three. And, you know, you don't have to turn on or off any emotions. You don't have to switch characters. You can just embody those philosophies, even in their idealistic forms. And I think that that's definitely an honorable thing. Journalism, as it's become today, the idea of journalism has become a shell of its former self. But yes, a true journalist, their job is to disseminate the truth the way they see it, and to try to get you know, all sides of the story. And unfortunately, you know, people like yourself would rather just see the Jerry Springer show,
like old Jeff does. Old Jeff is very ready and willing and tells everybody what his past is. So they can't bring it forward at a later date and say, oh, look at all the shit he's done.
I didn't hear you say any of that. So what, are we supposed to go watch all of your videos to hear everything you've done? What have you done, Jeff? I'm sure you've done lots of homoerotic, you know, soft porn geared towards teenagers. I'm sure you've done a lot of bold-faced lying and backstabbing. So you're an open book. I'm an open book. Matt's an open book. So, you know, whatever, man. You know, your arguments are so irrelevant, and I love how you try to put yourself on a pedestal, when in fact this whole video that you did here was just full of poor research, lies, blind faith to stick with Matt in public, but when in fact I can assure you, Matt, that Jeff is your worst enemy, and he's kept you very close, it would appear.
But I digress again, and I'm sorry. So I call this guy and I say, hey, look, man, this shit's fucking going down. You need to start making some time, because this guy wants to get in touch with you about this shit. Well, all this shit pisses this guy to fuck off. He doesn't understand why this guy wants to do some sort of fucking stupid fucktard expose on his past.
Yeah, okay, so since you two are obviously not the sharpest knives in the drawer, I'll explain it. The reason I was trying to get in touch with Matt was because the information was going to come out anyways. And I respected the guy, and I wanted to get in touch with him to help him out. If you don't understand that, then you're just either being willfully ignorant, or you really don't understand reality. The story was going to come out. The tapes were going to come out. Okay? That's why I contacted you. That's why I wanted to get in touch with him. And if it pissed him off because he didn't understand why I wanted to make this hit piece on him, then you failed to relay the point. You should have just had him call me. And I mean, had him call me prior to the point where he was literally filming his preemptive response while calling me, as if he knew I wasn't home. I think I went to the store at 5:00 p.m. that Friday when I got the voicemail. So it's just these most ridiculous arguments. Let's put it this way, and let's just say that somebody you respect. Let's just say it's Superman, and you know Superman sort of through the newspapers and through the stories, and you really respect Superman, and somebody that you know sends you a tape of Superman doing something that is really not, very Supermanish, that actually goes against the whole Superman personification, this beacon of truth, justice, and the American way. So let's just say that something lands into your lap that proves that Superman is sort of a liar and a fraud, even though it was in the past. A psychological, pathological liar, the past doesn't excuse them of that permanently just because they were a psychological liar, pathological liar in the past. So anyway, let's just say you get information that Superman is a pathological liar, and there's a soft porn homoerotic tape with Superman in it. And let's just say you know personally Clark Kent, and you work with Clark Kent, and you tell Clark Kent, hey Clark, I've got this information about Superman that I really think he needs to see because this is going to come out. I got it from a source, and they're going to release it, so I really would like to, get this in front of Superman, get him out in front of this, have him tell his side of the story and explain the situation, and possibly have some sort of, a logical understanding of what's going on so that I can, keep my respect for Superman. That was the main reason I wanted to get a hold of him. And again, in this situation, Matt's Superman, and you're Clark Kent. Okay, so I know that's sort of a poor analogy, but I wanted to get in touch with him, not to threaten him about putting out this piece, but to understand, what's going on with this, and again, not to beat a dead horse, but to help the guy get in front of the story. So, since you're not a journalist, you don't understand that, but it just means to give him an opportunity to prepare, some type of a defense, because, being attacked by the press can be brutal and embarrassing. I don't wish that on anybody, but instead of having a conversation with Superman and getting his side of the story, Superman just went and demolished my apartment building, right? And so, now not only is my respect for Superman tarnished because of the evidence that was presented to me that he was a liar and was involved in homoerotic pornography or soft pornography geared towards children, but he also destroyed my apartment complex. So, I've basically lost all respect for Superman. And then when I hear the tape of Clark Kent telling Superman that I was threatening him to come out with this information, then I lose respect for Clark Kent and Superman at the same time. So this really shows true colors, and I'm glad it unfolded this way. And it really is unfortunate, but I'd much rather have the truth than to have some, watered down, sugar-coated, homoerotic New World Order version of the truth anyways.
So I had given this guy's phone number so he could call him. And they were texting or something like that. I don't know. But this guy ended up on this guy's fucking channel here, and they have it out.
Well, isn't that telling how you just skip over the critical detail that I came to you with information, you gave that information to Matt in such a way that he made a video about me, a preemptive response to a video that I hadn't made, which then triggered me to just go ahead and make my response, because obviously none of us are friends, apparently, according to that tape that Matt made out. And so I went ahead out and released the tape. So, the prophecy that you created was fulfilled. So well done on that, Jeff, but I see right through you. I've dealt with manipulative people my entire life. You're not fooling me. And hopefully after this, you're not fooling anyone. But for you to just gloss over the fact that I hadn't even released a videotape, you're skipping over the whole thing. Matt released his tape against me, so Superman bombed my apartment complex first, and then I came out with the tape. And then he came on to Globebusters so that we might finally have a rational discussion.
And from what I can understand, and I didn't watch it, it turned out very, 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 very fucking bad. It turned out so bad that the two guys that are left over here, they fucking slammed this motherfucker to the sidewalk and said, dude, you got to get the fuck out of here. We can't have this shit here on our channel.
Yet again, an instance of how you are just totally making things up because you didn't watch the show and you have no idea what you're talking about. First of all, Jaron wasn't on that show. Second of all, Bob was the only co-host, and we had a special guest, a girl named Summer, who just so happened to be our first Skype caller-in, sort of impromptu special guest, just randomly sort of Skyped in. What appeared to have happened is that the show, I tried very hard to be cordial and polite to Matt, and I wanted the show to be sort of as civil as possible. But immediately Matt started playing the whole politically incorrect card, and so what if I sold my soul to the devil sort of thing, and that's just the way you work your way up the ladder in Hollywood, and that's just a natural way to get involved with NASA because he knows his way around Hollywood. And this is all just so laughable, but anytime I tried to start getting towards the point, again, and this is all stemming from what you had told me in confidence that Matt had told you he'd never work with NASA, I was trying to sort of just, nudge towards that and get more, not so much into the whole homoerotic, soft gay porn geared towards children stuff, but more into the fact that, Matt appears to, be a liar, and he appears to be able to turn on and off emotions just like a psychopath would. And, there's been other actions of his, throughout the past year or two that sort of show that he's unstable at best. And so for you to say that show went so bad that the other host kicked me off, actually what happened is I had to go on to my next show. I have two shows on Sunday back to back, and the one that was about to end, the Globebusters, I had to leave about 10 minutes early, and so I left and I did my next show. And by the way, I'm still doing the Globebusters. I'm going to be on Globebusters on Sunday at Sunday at 3 p.m. Eastern, just like always. And then directly after that, I'm going to do This Week in Flat Earth with Lori Frary and Lawrence Wright at 6 o'clock. And so for you to say that these guys kicked me off the show because I was so far out of line just goes to show that you're basically going to make up news. You're going to make things up. You're going to think things that, make sense when really you're just totally unfounded. Matt appeared to be unstable. Matt appeared to be avoiding the tough questions and dancing around the tough questions like he usually does. And what he was always he seems to be always very good at is deflecting his own faults and shortcomings back onto me somehow. And that's fine because, I don't have anything to hide. I stick by my convictions, and whether you disagree with my convictions or not, you can go to gay pride parades all day long, Jeff, and I'm sure that you do that a lot. because that's the New World Order agenda, and we have to accept that. But even that aside, that sort of wasn't even the issue. But just given that as an example, when somebody's proven to be a liar, and when somebody's proven to be a backstabber, it's hard to go around following them. And then, your total lack of research and your total incorrectness just shows why would anyone listen to you?
Why? Because they're the globebusters who are not willing to fight for anything.
The globebusters that are not willing to fight for anything. Okay. We do 2-3 hour shows every week. We've done that for many, many weeks. We've had arguments on that show with everyone from Robertson Genis. We've had concave Earth proponents like Ricky Hammonds. We've had even shills on that show like Inchies. We've had brilliant mathematicians on that show like Randy Powell. We've had globe earthers, we've had flat earthers, we've had respectable people such as Fran Anderson, who was a great guest. And in terms of fight for things, we dedicate our time to disproving NASA and showing how the ISS feed is fake, and to basically pointing out interesting proofs that we've run into and discussing things with the community, and all in all having a good time. And if you see something wrong with that, then why are you doing a show and who are you fighting? All you're doing is stirring up shit between flat earthers. You're creating infighting. You're poison to the flat earth movement, Jeff. Poison.
They say that they're willing to fight for the flat earth, but I guarantee you, this lady will be back on their show real soon.
Do you guarantee that, Jeff? You were going to be on our show the other week, but you're going to guarantee that Patricia Steer is going to be on our show again real soon. So do you want to define real soon? Are we talking weeks, months? We're going to probably have lots of guests on there. In fact, I would even invite you on there to defend your position and to explain why you told me that Matt had confided in you that he never worked for NASA. Maybe that was just disinformation that you fed me to see if I would spread the disinformation. When I asked you if you'd be surprised if you saw Matt in a homoerotic gay soft porn, you told me you would not be surprised. So that tells me that you've been covering for Matt, which would be, sort of a good way to gain his trust. But all in all, if you're a detriment to him in terms of helping him alienate himself from others by misrepresenting people and acting as a very poor liaison, a very poor diplomat, and in fact, apparently a double agent, it would seem. It seems like you're a flat earth shill in a respect that you want enemies. You don't want us to be allies. You want us to be enemies. And so you know what that makes you? That makes you poison to the flat earth. That makes you an enemy to flat earthers. I mean, that should be plainly obvious just by your own actions and your own words.
Now this lady and this dude, they're tight. I don't know if she proposed the plan to give that shit to JLB for JLB to give that shit to him knowing that he would take it and run with it.
Take this and run with it? Do you even hear yourself? I came to you because I was under the impression that you knew how to get in touch with Matt. So if I was going to take something and run with it, ask yourself a question. Why would I try to get in touch with Matt about it? Do you have any sense of logic or reason, or do you just make things up and don't even check to see if they make sense? John LeBon has, from what I gather, has somewhat alienated himself from the flat earth community just because he sees a lot of cult following type of stuff going on, and I have to agree with him. To say that because people are allies or that people do shows together must mean that they're somehow plotting against the flat earth, I mean, it just goes to show what sort of paranoia you're inserting into this movement. And perhaps you yourself are paranoid, but it seems to me you're a little bit smarter than you lead people to believe. I think that you're intelligent, and I think that you've got a good, charming way to gain people's trust and manipulate people. And, I thought, again, it's such a shame because I called you a friend just not even a week ago, and just so much has changed in this last week because of me trying to do the right thing and get this story out in front of Matt before it came out from lots of different sources. But, shame on me for trying to do the right thing, and shame on you for being a backstabbing liar.
Just by knowing his personality, that's fine. If that was the plan, I don't know. And maybe this guy thinks this guy is a fucking big bag of chips, and he just loves who this guy is, and this guy knows it, so he's like, dude, you need to fucking, because this guy is fucking outing everybody, including me. Fucking, he's making us all look bad.
This is comical. I mean, it really is comical because, you have a very interesting and creative theory, but you're so way off. You're so way off, it's ridiculous. Again, I'll reiterate this again. The only reason I know John LeBon is because I was invited to do the show Glober Skeptic. I think it was number 8, but I could be wrong. This was, close to the end of the season. And then I did Glober Skeptic number 11 or 12, whichever was the last one, which was the round table with all the people that had been guests on the shows during the season. Now, those 2 times were the only 2 times I've ever spoken with John LeBon, ever. Period. And again, the only next interaction I had with John LeBon was the buddy of his put out this video where he was filming and trying to find curvature. He thought that he found curvature, but all he had found was that he is not that great with math. And I actually debunked that video. So for you to come out with these theories that I think that John LeBon is some big bag of chips, I did a couple shows with him. I think he's a nice guy. I don't have anything against him. Does that mean I'm going to go pushing false, true information because he said so? No. You're so far off on this thing, man. I don't know where you even come up with this stuff. I'll get permission from my source to come out with it, but you're going to feel really stupid. And, I've already told a couple of people who my source is, so it'll probably come out anyway. But you're wrong. It wasn't John LeBon. Patricia Steer didn't have anything to do with this. In fact, she had the journalistic integrity to keep the video under wraps. I sent it to her, because I do talk to her from time to time. Does that mean we're allies? Sure. Does that mean we're supposed to be enemies? No. Does that mean that people who disagree with her or who don't like her show should be my enemy? No. This is ridiculous. For you to try to apply this dialectic, this division into the community of who should be friends and who should be enemies, and you're this beacon of truth and moral principles, and you're outing shills, and you're doing all this wonderful stuff. You value yourself very highly esteemed, don't you, Jeff?
Because we control the trolls, so we need to take the heat off of us and put it on somebody else. And who can we put it on? This guy. Knowing that this guy might just take that little bit of information that this guy was pushing and say, hey, everybody, look what I found about him. Now, I told this guy, don't do whatever it is you're planning on doing before I ever called this guy. When this guy called me, told me what he was doing, I said, dude, that's not a good idea. You don't want to do that because this guy is everybody's fucking personal hero. This guy is the personal hero of a lot of people. Yeah, but people should know the truth.
Oh, really? So, by your logic, when we run into truth, then we're supposed to suppress that truth to keep up a cult of personalities image. So, why don't we just all go and join up with Jim Jones and make sure that, make sure that he appears to be squeaky clean? Maybe we should go back and, set up a new Walt Disney, an allegedly an alcoholic, pedophile, womanizer who put on this persona. He had a great public relations campaign that made him appear to be good old Uncle Walt, the artist and creative mind behind Mickey Mouse, when in fact all he was a slave driver, and he basically took credit for everyone's work and put his name on it because he had the money and the backing of the CIA and the military-industrial complex. So, but according to your logic, no matter what, even if we found out that Matt was a reptilian shapeshifter who drank baby's blood, we shouldn't come out with that. And I'm not saying that's true. But if that was the case, then we should just keep it under wraps because we wouldn't want to destroy an image. Again, I never came out to destroy anyone's image. I'll say this till I'm blue in the face. I brought this information to you because I trusted you. Do you have any sense of logic at all? If I was going to come out with this, with this story to out somebody, I wouldn't have come to you first. I would have went straight out with it. I would have sent it to Patricia Steer, and I would have said, let's work on this together. No, after I had seen what you did, I shared it with a couple of people. I asked, some advice from some close friends, not Patricia, not John LeBon, people in my real life family and friends. And after you guys hit piece, after Matt's hit piece showing you to be a backstabbing liar.
Anyway, some more gal called me today because I've been playing friendly nice with this motherfucker just because I've had so much trouble out of fucking Pat Steer and Mark Sargent and fucking all the rest of them. Because I've been giving them a fucking headache. I've been giving them a real fucking headache. And I can tell you, I'm the biggest fucking battle bot there is in this goddamn thing right now. Because I've had so much trouble out of fucking Pat Steer, because I've been giving them a fucking headache. I've been giving them a real fucking headache. Because I've had so much trouble out of fucking Pat Steer, because I've been giving them a fucking headache. I've been giving them a real fucking headache. Because I've had so much trouble out of fucking Pat Steer, because I've been giving them a fucking headache. I've been giving them a real fucking headache.
I took the advice and I went ahead and I released the video. But again, you're totally misconstruing events. You're twisting things around, you're creating a false narrative, you're lying, you're presenting theories as if they're facts, and so no, you're not a journalist. You are not really even a flat earther, because at least flat earthers are interested in the truth regardless of how it might affect our perception or affect our belief system. 5 days ago, I believe that Matt was an artist that worked with NASA, that was a good upstanding moral person with a good values and a strong backbone in order to stick his neck out on the line for this truth. And part of that still remains. However, based on the information that's come to light recently, my perception of him has changed. Based on your reaction to me, bringing this to you in trust, my perception of you has totally changed. And then based on Matt's preemptive reaction video to the one that I had never made yet, goes to show that there's a lot of paranoid, poor journalism going on coming from you and Matt. And so if you want to follow paranoid people who make up stories as they go along and provide unsubstantiated claims as some sort of evidence, go ahead and follow that sort of person. Okay? But that's not the audience that I'm going for. The audience I'm going for is for people that are willing to understand the truth, even if the truth hurts. And really, the old saying, truth is often stranger than fiction, really stands the test of time.
Okay, well, did you come out fucking yesterday and tell him the truth about you? About your history? No. He just thinks that this guy's history is so much more important to expose. For what? For this guy.
Well, if you had two brain cells to rub together, you've already answered your own question. Why is it important to expose Matt Boyland over, say, Joe Schmo the bricklayer? Why is that important? Well, you answered your question already. It's because so many people worship this guy. So many people think of him as a modern-day hero. I was even in that category a week ago. And so I think it becomes even more important to scrutinize such a person's past and expose them for what they are. Now, again, a person's past is their past, and I'm not even talking about the gay soft porn geared towards children. I'm talking about the person's character. I'm talking about a straight man who's willing to crawl into bed with naked dudes and pretend to do sexual things in a show geared towards children. It takes a certain type of person to do that. But according to Matt, there was nothing wrong with that. It seems as if he would do it again if offered the money and if offered the stepping stone towards NASA, because we all know the fast track to becoming an astronaut is to do homoerotic soft porn geared towards children. That's just the natural way it goes, according to Matt. I mean, he knows his way around Hollywood, and he knows his way around NASA. And so, yeah, but why would we want to expose Matt, the hero, the flat earth king, the underdog, the one who's always under attack, the one who the government attacks his upload times, although he fails to use an Ethernet cord to upload videos, which is much faster than Wi-Fi, FYI. But yeah, I think it is doubly and triply important to expose people who we, value highly esteemed. That's why I think it's important to expose Einstein, because he was totally full of it. He was a puppet, and he changed history with his theory of relativity. That's why I think it's important to expose people like Neil deGrasse Tyson, because he's a popular figure and people worship him. And, if, let's just think who's somebody that I really respect and look up to. And there's not that many people in this world anymore, but let's just say, I'll just pull one out of there. Let's just say Andrew Jackson or Thomas Jefferson. Let's say that it came to light that they were, well, here's a good one, Benjamin Franklin, I believe. They found a bunch of dead bodies underneath his mansion, and he's a leading suspect in some old serial killer case. So is it important to expose that sort of thing? And these people are long since dead, but they're sort of American heroes, icons. Don't you think it's important to really understand how these people thought, especially if they're live and self-proclaimed leaders of a movement? That makes it crucial to vet their information. Crucial. And so, you just totally have no common sense or logic. You're failing to connect dots that are obviously there. You obviously stirred up this mess between Matt and I by being a terrible liaison, a poor friend, a backstabber, and I believe somebody that Matt should probably look out for, because I was a big proponent for you, Matt, prior to Jeff, just so you know.
So they have a fucking hangout. Oh yeah, and when I called this guy, because this guy is so fucking paranoid, and yes, he's paranoid of everybody, including me.
And that's about the most sensible thing I've heard all day. I think Matt has every reason to be paranoid of you, and for the reasons I've already mentioned.
So when I called him to let him know, he hung up on me and said, I'll call you right back. He went and got his camera set up and fucking called me back. Now, I didn't know he was setting up his fucking camera. I didn't know he was fucking recording this shit until the fucking conversation was over. I didn't mind because I didn't say anything that I was ashamed of.
You didn't say anything you were ashamed of, so that means we were never friends. You were playing me the whole time. And when you said, quote, I've been having to play nice with this motherfucker Morgile because of all the crap that's going down with Patricia Steer and da-da-da-da-da-da-da. So you're not ashamed of that. You're not ashamed of totally misrepresenting the reason why I approached you with this. Totally stirring up this whole thing by manipulating people who trusted you. The reason you have no regret, I believe, is either you're lying or you don't have the capacity to feel regret, which means you're possibly psychopathic. Just saying, it's possible. But I believe you do feel regret because I could tell, when you and I were talking that you're a good dude. I don't think that you're 100% full of crap, but I think that the way that you're manipulating Matt is wrong. I think that the way that you're trying to play his friend in front of his face and in public, and yet stabbing him in the back when he's not around by telling me things like he's so crazy he can't keep his shit together for more than 15 minutes, and that's why he needs essentially to have you as his handler. You didn't use those words, but essentially what you told me, and I'll swear on a stack of Bibles, I wish I would have recorded the call, and again, this was prior to the tapes coming out or any of it, but you had told me that in the same conversation that Matt confided in you that he never worked for NASA, that he's so Looney Tunes that he can't even hold, quote-unquote, his shit together for 15 minutes without being guided by you, his, alleged or ostensibly his handler, according to you.
So when he posted that fucking shit on his channel about it, it really didn't bother me. What bothers me is this guy's supporters are coming after me thinking that I set the whole fucking thing up. I didn't give this guy fucking information about this guy. This guy gave information to this guy. Now, why this guy is taking information from this guy and thinking it's legitimate to anything, I don't know.
First of all, my supporters are probably accusing you of setting this whole thing up because you did set this whole thing up. No, you didn't send me the tapes, but that's irrelevant. The tapes were in the public domain and it was going to come out. The reason why you set this whole thing up is because you took my trust and you violated it. You took Matt's trust and you violated it. You took a situation that could have been handled diplomatically and you handled it like a 12-year-old girl by turning it into a gossip drama fest. Okay? So your reputation should be as a drama queen. And you talk about people coming clean with, all the crap they've done in their life. What about you coming clean with the crap that you've done in the last week? You've basically started all this, and you did indeed start all this. This isn't people just making this up. This is people who have been following reality. My listeners are pretty loyal, and so they all listen to the shows that you and I did together, and we had some good conversations. We had some good talk. I believe that I even expressed that, I was a supporter of Matt then. I've always expressed myself as a supporter of Matt. And the reason why my supporters are saying that you set this up is because you did. You didn't have to send the tapes to set this up. You made sure that the result that came out of this was a divisive, chaotic fight between Matt and I, who, Matt is obviously a more popular, longer-standing flat earther than I am. But I'm sorry, I'm not a liar. My subscribers and supporters know that if there's one thing I am, I'm honest almost to a fault. And for you to sit there and say that John LeBon gave me the tapes is totally wrong. And when you find out who the source is, you can apologize for that and retract that false, slanderous lie on him. Furthermore, nobody told me to do this. somebody sent me this video, and I decided what to do. I decided I'm going to call Jeff because I trust Jeff, and I'm going to get a hold of Matt, and we're going to nip this thing in the bud. We're going to get it out, and, we're going to get out in front of this. And, maybe this will be a good opportunity for me to work together with Matt, because I had always sort of respected the way he thought. I had always respected him because he was the one that woke me up. And, he's got a good sense of humor. He does tend to fall off the deep end at times. But, I'm no longer going to apologize to somebody who is following step in step with the New World Order, gets caught lying and tries to turn it around on the person pointing out they're lying, has no problem, selling their soul to the devil, for lack of a better term, and uses homoerotic, soft pornographic material geared towards youths as a stepping stone for his career. And that is what I have a problem with. And anyone in the truth movement that doesn't have a problem with that needs to go to the New Age movement, which means you can basically open your mind so much that your brain falls out of your head.
But I know that this guy is being protected by her, and she protects the known fucking troll Tim Osmond. But now he's disappeared from the scene because I outed his ass so bad. He couldn't stand the fucking heat anymore. Everybody knew, fucking who he was, why he was, and who he was connected to.
Do you have any proof of that, or that's just unsubstantiated claims? Maybe when he trolled that show you and I did, 30 times with his stripper shaking her rear in the camera, maybe his house got struck by lightning and he had an epiphany. I mean, who knows? But I don't have any proof for that, but it's just as likely a theory as yours. I mean, unless you have some evidence, I'm all about the truth. I'd love to know what happened to him after, that little session that he interrupted us 30 times on your platform. But if he's gone, I say good riddance. But his type tend to spring back like cockroaches. Anyway, still would like to hear any proof. So far, all you've done during this entire video is just make baseless, unfounded accusations. You've theorized about things with no evidence. You've made completely wrong assumptions. You're totally wrong about everything. And, to boot, anybody that thinks of you as a friend really needs to watch their back. And that's just a warning.
Now these guys, whether they are saying fucking you be gone because we can't have this shit on our channel is beside the point. They're not willing to fight for the flat earth.
Okay, again, another instance of your poor ability to even attempt research. But You Be Gone is on Globebusters on Sunday, at this coming Sunday at 3 p.m. Eastern, and then following Wednesday at 8 Eastern, just as usual. I was off on the last show because there was obviously some discussion that needed to be had. And, obviously we're a team. Teams tend to work out their differences privately. And, that was the sort of thing that I wanted to do with you and Matt. But unfortunately, you don't know how a team operates. So, anyway, you be gone, I be back. And I would suspect that the you be gone in this situation would be you.
Because they're not going to fight for their buddy. They're not going to go after this guy. They're not going to go after this lady because this lady will be right back on their fucking show in a fucking week.
They're not going to go after Patricia Steer or John LeBon because John LeBon and Patricia Steer have no reason to be gotten after. What is your beef with them? I mean, what, did they shoot your dog? What has Patricia Steer and John LeBon done to you? I'm willing to listen, but I mean, so far I understand that you don't like them, but does that mean we're supposed to be enemies and supposed to go after them? Man, you really are bad at this whole research thing, I'll tell you.
But how did they do this? They tried to get rid of this guy using this guy, knowing that if shit fell out, one of the two of them would be gone.
That's a very nice attempt to deflect the blame against yourself, Jeff. But no, you have it backwards. The reason this got out of control had nothing to do with Patricia Steer or Globebusters or anyone but Jeff and Matt. I wished that videotape or that link had not fallen into my lap, but unfortunately it did. Now, what I chose to do with that was honestly the best possible thing I could think to do, because it was going to come out. I respected you and trusted you enough to come to you with the information first, hoping to get it out in front of Matt, because the internet thing spread like wildfire. This thing was discovered and was being emailed around. It was a matter of time before it came out. It was going to come out, and I was really, really wanting to help my buddy. That would have been you, and sort of my hero. That would have been Matt. And instead, you, Jeff, ensured that both of us end up looking stupid. That's Matt and I both end up looking stupid. So you trying to blame this on Patricia Steer and John LeBon is just ridiculous. Where's your evidence for this? The evidence is clear. And especially because of the tape that Matt released. Again, the preemptive response tape that Matt released that clearly showed that you were playing me for a fool, and that tells me that if you're playing me for a fool and lying to me about Matt, then why wouldn't you be playing Matt for a fool and lying to Matt about me? See, that's the beautiful thing about liars, is liars always get caught, and you're caught. So, defend yourself against this. I don't care. I'm not going to make another video about you. I thought we were friends. I was planning on working together with you, having a good time with you, talking flat earth. And it turns out that was all just a show for you. Just shame on you, man. And I can't wait to wrap this section up, because we've got some real juicy stuff and real interesting stuff to get into.
That's how it works. It's a game of chess. They move a piece into place, so you have no choice. You have to lose a piece either way, whether it's a pawn or a king.
Well, first of all, just to give you a little bit of a lesson on chess, you're never going to lose your king, because the point of the game is to put the king in what's called checkmate, which means that there's no possible move that your opponent can make that would save the king, but you're never actually going to get the king. And if you ever had to choose between a pawn and a king, you're obviously going to choose a pawn, so that's not even a choice, so it's a very poor analogy. Now, on the other hand, I noticed that you pointed to me as the pawn and Matt as the king, and, I guess that sort of befits royalty, because royalty is always very sort of incestual and untrustworthy, and the whole word noble used to be synonymous with essentially a terrible person, but over the years it's now we think of noble as some sort of honorable trait. But if I'm a pawn and Matt's a king, then you're a person that really doesn't understand chess. Well, what does that make you? Really like to hear your explanation on that. I think it makes you a person trying to get attention by any means possible. That's what I think it makes you, even if it means stabbing people in the back, because, compulsive liars, psychopathic manipulators, don't care who they hurt or step over to gain their popularity or gain their whatever their goal is. Psychopaths are dedicated, and they don't care what happens to the others on their way. And so I submit that that's a pretty good motivation for what you have done, is just simply your selfish motivation to gain popularity. But I think this one sort of backfired on you, man. You ever heard of backlash, backfire? It's when, big, fat, stinking lies blow back into your face, and that's inevitable. You can't go on as a liar forever, because you're going to get caught up in your lies. And, I definitely do respect Matt for recording that call between you and him. And again, I'm not the type of person to record calls, but I really do wish I would have recorded the calls with you. I never would have thought I would have had to do that. But hindsight's always 20/20 because, man, would you look bad if I would have recorded that call.
These guys said, man, the fucking pawn's got to go. We can lose a pawn. And so we're not gonna keep them on our fucking channel. We're just gonna get rid of them.
Wrong. Jeff, you're wrong. I'm still on the Globebusters, so you're just totally 100% wrong, as usual. Oh boy, I'd like to hear something where you're right. The only thing so far you've been right about is that Matt had a good reason to be paranoid about you.
Y'all see how this works?
No, I really am failing to see how this works. I really wished you would explain something or offer some evidence or offer some theory that makes any degree of sense based in fact. So please explain it to us. How does this work?
Are y'all starting to see how this fucking works? How much more do I have to explain this shit? If you're not willing to go back through my fucking videos and look how I expose the fucking trolls that these people control.
If you've got evidence, Jeff, present it. Nobody has time to go back through and watch all your videos. I mean, that's a monumental task. I mean, could you at least provide some sort of evidence? Or maybe reference a specific video with a link and a time to start, or are you is your evidence just more of your speculative, hyperbole, just extrapolation based on theories that you think make sense or theories that think will get you attention? Is that the sort of proof in uncovering that Patricia Steere is somehow the king of the trolls? She does a flat earth show. She interviews flat earthers. What's your problem with her? Where's the evidence that she is running the trolls? I mean, it just doesn't make sense. I'd love to see such evidence, but I've watched a lot of your stuff. I never saw anything like that. And oh, by the way, the other time that you lied recently was when you had told somebody that Jaron had asked you to take down a video about Patricia. Now, I had never seen the video about Patricia, but you were the one that told me that Jaron had asked you to take down this video about Patricia. And I said, well, I guess the reason he would do that, and I was like, what was it about? And you sort of explained. I don't even remember. I never saw the video still to this day. But I submitted, or I suspect that, if Jaron had asked you to do that, it's because we were getting ready to have you as a guest on our show. And, we just tend to, friends of the show, we tend to not like to have people that bash them on our show. And I suspected that it was out of, just sort of out of a request for respect for Flat Earth community members that happen to be friends of the show. Now, what actually occurred was that I guess while Jaron was talking to you, I guess through Skype or something, he was thumbing through your videos and happened to notice one about Patricia, and he just sort of remarked out loud about it, and you spread a false rumor that he had told you to take it down. So, I really don't know the full story on this. I guess, that's probably better for Jaron to tell. But from the way that I'm seeing things and from, lots of different angles from different people that I know well and trust, it appears that you are really just incapable of telling the truth at all. It appears as if you would rather lie and manipulate someone for no reason just because, you're able to do it. Which I think is ridiculous. I've known people like that. I knew a guy that used to like to steal people's lighters. He just thought it was funny. He'd say, let me get a light, and if you didn't ask for it back, he'd stick it in his pocket and walk away with it. And, people do that sort of thing from time to time on accident. But years later, I went over to the guy's house. And he actually had, like, I don't know, 900 lighters all over his bedroom, just stood up on their end all over the place. And I was like, oh my God, where did you get all these lighters? And then it had dawned on me that he had always been sort of caught as a lighter thief. And of course, if you caught him on it, he'd give it back to you. But yeah, over the years, he had accrued, must have been thousands of lighters he had in his bedroom. So some people just sort of think it's funny to, do wrong things to people because they can get away with it. Some people think it's funny to, pretend to be a homosexual on a television show geared towards youths. Some people think that it's funny to make up lies about others and to stir up shit in order to boost your own popularity, but it's not funny. It shows you as an immature child at best, or an agent provocateur at worst, and I think that that it's probably the latter.
If you're not willing to look at this shit, and you're just willing to assume that I'm out here just doing whatever I'm doing, when all I'm trying to do is expose the people that are detrimental to this movement, yet for some reason, everybody loves them. Everybody thinks they're just great. They're just fucking peachy.
Detrimental to the movement, so exposing people detrimental to the movement. I think that's what I'm going to title this video, and the subtitle is going to be Jeff Stewart.
Now, I'm not trying to make this a video about Morgue. He was a pawn used by John LeBon, who is a pawn of her.
Oh, so now you're backstepping. Now you're trying to, sort of ride the middle of the fence again. That's your tactic, and it's not working on me anymore. You can play middle of the fence for so long, and you can throw rocks at people on either side of the fence for so long, but eventually the people on both sides of the fence are going to realize that it's Jeff Stewart throwing the stones. Okay, and I think that this whole event, from the time that videotape landed into my lap until now, I believe everything happens for a reason, and I think that the best thing that came out of this is that shows, unfortunately, that you are absolutely not to be trusted. You will play nice to somebody's face in order to achieve some sort of end or another. You'll backstab your friends. You'll get people into unnecessary fights because you can sit back and laugh and look at the drama that you created. Maybe you get off on that. Or maybe you are just a person that is intended to be detrimental to the movement, which is exactly what you're achieving. So, perhaps my friendship with Matt Boylan, or my viewing of him as sort of a hero, is tarnished and probably irreparable. And my view as a friend, and none of us as pawns or kings, just all peers on this stationary plane Earth, those views have certainly changed. But I think that this is all for a positive thing. I think it's for the better, because there's a lot of name slinging going around. And we'll see more of it, but now we know what to look out for. We know to, and I hate to say this, and I guess I probably won't do this, but if you're ever, not sure about somebody, tape record the phone calls so that, when they go and say things like, Matt Boylan never was worked with NASA, or Matt told me that, he's basically Looney Tunes, then I'll be able to prove that he said that instead of just having to rely on my testimony.
Now, you can believe me or not believe me, but this shit is going to continue to happen over and over and over and over and over and over.
Yep, as long as we allow the likes of you to have a a voice in this movement. And everybody obviously has their voice. Everybody's entitled to an opinion. But when you go around backstabbing people, dude, yeah, you're not going to last in it. We have to have unity. We have to have solidarity. We have to be honest with one another. We have to stick together. And that doesn't mean, we become Freemasons and, if I find out that you commit a murder, then I help you cover it up. Or if I find out something that totally demolishes your reputation as a squeaky clean NASA insider, and instead a fairly tarnished compulsive liar, then that sort of thing needs to be exposed. This is the truth movement. This is the flat earth movement. This is not the protect Matt Boylan movement, and this is not the stab people in the back for popularity movement as you think it is. This is a movement that is really needs to be comprised of people that are going to stick together, look beyond our petty differences, and not allow these squabbles and insults to distract us. This is actually the third response video, or maybe the fourth, that I've had to make in a week, and it really takes away so much of my time. It just so happens that this topic is sort of related to a documentary that I've been wanting to make for a long time, which involves, and I've sort of touched on this already, but involves the sexualization, the gender confusion, and gender blending of our youth through chemical and cultural and media processes. And that is the issue that I have with people claiming to be squeaky clean participating in. I have issues with people contributing to and participating in the New World Order. What is it next? Are we supposed to go get the microchip implanted in our forehead or in our hand? Well, because if you don't, it's going to cause some problems. It's going to make us look bad. So we might as well just conform to the New World Order and the Luciferian agenda. Roll around in the bed with some dudes for a buck, and to get that in front of the young audience. That's a real step in the right direction. That's a real role model. That's a real sort of person you can trust. Forgive me, but I'm going to stick with my moral compass. I'm going to stick with my integrity. I'm going to stick with facts. I'm going to stick with the flat earth and proving that and debunking the globe. I'm not going to do any more response videos. I'm done with this sort of thing. I just had to do this one because I thought you were my friend, and my position has to be clearly explained.
Until these guys are gone, and until this guy is gone, this guy will then, his job will be done, and he'll be gone, and this is what will be left. This is what your movement will have left.
Nobody's gone, dude. Globebusters aren't gone. I'm not gone. Patricia Steer, she's a radio show host. She's not going anywhere. The only one that I see being gone for sure is you. I'll find it very hard pressed, for people to subscribe to somebody that, if you make nice with them, you better watch your back for that knife, 'cause it's coming. And, I submit that, Matt Boylan's credibility has been challenged. I think his true colors have been shown. And, again, I don't have any issue with homosexuals, although I'm not going to attend all the rainbow parades like Jeff does. But I am going to expose this agenda to basically, it's a depopulation agenda. I mean, you have abortion, you have Planned Parenthood, but then you also have, and I'm sorry to say this, people are going to take offense to this, but I have a right to my free speech. If you can mentally and chemically gender confuse an entire nation full of youths, and you have a huge surge in homosexuality, well, guess what happens? the population goes down, because I don't know if you guys know this, but any gay couple can't reproduce naturally. Sure, there's different surgeries and procedures and adoptions involved, but you're never going to have a net gain of people if more and more and more people become homosexual. So this is all part, I believe, of a depopulation agenda that's targeting people's minds at the earliest of ages. And unfortunately, many young children, innocent children, are subjected to trauma, whether it's psychological or even sexual abuse trauma, and it is usually that sort of trauma that leads to homosexuality. Now, on the other hand, if you can induce similar trauma over long periods using psychological, subliminal, hypnotic suggestion via the mass media, as well as hormone therapy, which we're receiving when we drink things like milk and when we eat things like meat, chicken, cows. They're all raised with growth hormones that we're all ingesting. Now, we adults, we can sort of cope with it. Our pituitary glands are all, sort of intact and at their max and everything. But young children are responding to these hormones, very adversely. And I think it's this combination of a mental assault from the media, a chemical assault from the Food and Drug Administration, as well as this whole manufacturing of consent from the propaganda arm, where, I guess, Jeff, you're A-okay with Caitlyn Jenner. You'd probably go hang out with him and her, and you guys would be good friends. Personally, I see something wrong with that. I don't think that, people should have to try to change who they are. If a man feels like a woman trapped in a man's body, I guess that's their prerogative. If they want to go chop off their parts, that's their prerogative. If they want to take hormone, replacement therapy, that's their prerogative. But I don't think that we should force that on our children as a normal worldview. And I also don't think we should force that chemically on our children through food or psychologically on our children through the media. There's never been such a huge problem, almost as an epidemic in terms of population growth, as there's been since the women's liberation movement, which started out as a noble cause, but ended up as a way to tax women for income tax, which is something the government had been wanting to do for a long time. But it also got the children out of the houses, since the mothers were off to work and the fathers were off to work. The children were out of the houses and off to the federal school systems at a younger age. So the federal school system becomes the parent. The parent becomes sort of this tertiary figure, and the state becomes God, essentially. And, you've got this situation where we're all just supposed to conform to whatever is deemed to be politically correct. And I'm sorry, I understand, Jeff, that you fear the repercussions for having a controversial opinion. You come out as a flat earther, and yet all you seem to do is bash flat earthers. And when you debunk the debunkers, it seems like all you do is laugh at them and really don't make many valid points, although a few. I must say that I did enjoy some of your work. I certainly haven't seen it all. And if you've got proof that Patricia Steere is the shill master, then, that should be something that you should really feature, because that's important. The character or the intent or the agenda of these figureheads that people are following is very important to expose. And for you to say that it is irrelevant to expose someone as a possible pathological liar and as a possible complete sellout, then you've missed the entire truth movement boat completely.
A bunch of people walking around confused as not knowing which way to even turn, but this is the answer right here. This is the fucking answer.
Jeff, something that I don't think you seem to understand is, and I understand that you're jealous of Patricia. She has a lot of subscribers and her videos get a lot of hits. But the reason for that is because she has interviewed all of the most popular flat earthers except a couple. She's got a very pleasant voice. She's easy to look at. She's a good interviewer. She does research her interviewees. I was very surprised about the level of research that she did into my work when I was on her show. So she's definitely on point in those regards. I think that anybody that sticks their neck out for this truth is doing a good thing, and for you to say that all these people are gone and we're stuck with Patricia Steer is just ridiculous. The only person that's in jeopardy in this movement is definitely yourself in terms of credibility and popularity, which is all you're concerned with, obviously. But, to me, this was never about popularity. To me, this was about, from the beginning, this was about sharing the truth. And my mission was to really make 1 or 2 videos and prove this thing and be done with it. But obviously it's not that simple. We have to continue with it. We have to keep hammering it home until we get this thing to a critical mass. But my goal was to, if I could convince even one single person that this is true and show them the truth and prove to them that the world isn't spinning and it's not a globe, then that's mission accomplished. And that goal sort of changed into, if I can craft my video series to sort of achieve the same end, because I can't deal with, 1 million people one-on-one, but 1 million people can watch my video series, and, I do try to get back in touch with comments, and I do almost always answer my telephone, by the way, which Matt so ingraciously, gave out on the internet. Which is fine. I've gotten a few phone calls because of that, and actually 2 of the 3 people were very pleasant. In fact, it was good to talk to them. One of the people, I believe, got the number from Matt's video was a death threat, but I can't prove that. That's just what I believe. But I've never received a death threat until just yesterday. So, at any rate, I guess I've sort of lost what my point is, but my point is you're totally wrong. Don't make things up. Don't just make up lies and make up extrapolations because they fit your theory. You're just trying to create division, and you're trying to create this illusion that we're all divided and that we should all be enemies, and that if you like Patricia Steer's show, then you're a shill or you're an enemy. It's ridiculous. She probably would have interviewed you on her show if you hadn't done some sort of a hit piece on her. I don't know. I hadn't seen it, but wow. It just keeps getting better and better.
If y'all are smart enough to fucking wake up, how come you're not smart enough to fucking see this shit? How come you're not smart enough to fucking understand this shit? This is not fucking complicated at all.
Okay, so now you're going for the whole Alex Jones crazy loose cannon, no evidence rant phase. Okay, so I guess that's the sort of listenership you're trying to attract, is the Jerry Springer crowd, the Alex Jones defects because of all the things that are coming out about him. Although, I guess that should have all been irrelevant. A person who you trust, their moral character and their possibly being a compulsive liar is irrelevant. You can still trust them because they were a compulsive liar in the past, right? Give me a break.
If you're not willing to go back and watch people's fucking videos and exposés and whatever the fuck else it is, I don't know what to tell you. I just don't know what to tell you. But I'm about sick of fighting for the goddamn flat earth movement.
Jeff, you've got a lot of videos. I'd love to go back and watch all of your exposés and find the one particular couple of sentences or proofs. But what the best thing to do would be is to provide a link, or maybe even just describe your proof or show some evidence and just briefly go over your proof, instead of just screaming at the top of your lungs that, you know, we're too lazy to watch all of your videos. I'm just going to go ahead and assume that you don't have any proof, otherwise you'd be presenting it. I'll stand to be corrected, but, you know, let's go by the scientific method here. A claim is a claim, and proof is proof. Okay, so you can claim something all day. I can claim that I'm the, Napoleon Bonaparte. But until you prove it, it's just an unsubstantiated claim. Now, you may have proven all sorts of things in previous videos, and maybe I'm wrong, but I'm pretty sure that if it's anything like the proof we've got here, it's just you connecting a bunch of dots because they sort of fit a narrative that's conducive to your agenda. And, that's great for you, but the point still stands. You're not fighting for the flat earth movement. You're fighting against the flat earth movement. If you were fighting for the flat earth movement, you'd be disproving the globe, and you'd be proving the earth is stationary. You wouldn't be picking on the most popular channels because you don't like them, or because you're jealous, or because you heard bad things about them. I really wished you would come out with a video on the proof, or at least a link to the video you're referencing, or the proof.
I'm personally sick of fighting for a bunch of people that won't open their eyes to the rest of the truth. Because they need a fucking TV. Because they need a fucking globe. Because they need a TV and they need a globe. They need a TV and a globe. A TV and a globe. A TV and a globe. A TV and a globe.
Jeff, just so you know, I hate to break this to you, but you've been doing a lot of flat earth shows that appear on, well, sort of a TV. So what exactly are you saying here? You're basically saying that none of us should make flat earth videos? That includes you, I would imagine. Actually, I've got a suggestion. Maybe you should make some flat earth videos. That's what I'm going to get back to as soon as I get done dealing with this issue, where I've been totally misrepresented in all sorts of ways. I've been under attack from all sorts of different directions. And the funny thing is every time I get attacked with all these false accusations, it always ends up blowing back up in the face of the person that slung the accusations at me. So you can keep them coming. I'm not going to continue defending my position against ridiculous allegations without any sort of evidence to back them up. I know for a fact that you're wrong about just about everything you've said tonight, except for that one thing, that one bit of truth that Matt has every reason to be paranoid, even about you. That was a golden nugget of truth, and I really hope Matt here's that one soundbite of this video, if nothing else. And by the way, maybe you should tone it down a little bit, man. Maybe you should go read a book. Read Zetetic Astronomy. That's a good one. It doesn't necessarily have to be a TV and a globe. Globe Busters is about debunking the globe. Do you understand that, like, Ghostbusters, they weren't actually ghosts? They were the people that, like, fought the ghosts and, like, killed the ghosts. So that's sort of where we got the idea, or where Jared and them got the idea for the name. You know, like Ghostbusters, Globebusters. We're not actually proponents for the globe. What are you even talking about, man? I think you're losing it.
Why, the real people out here putting up proofs, like this guy who was doing proofs. He was doing a good job doing what he was doing. But he was definitely in the way. He was in the way of himself, and he was in the way of these people here. And he could be used by these people here to get the heat off of them.
Jeff, I see what you're saying. I see what your theory is. And again, it's an interesting theory, but you're really not thinking this through. I came to you, and this will be the 15th time I've said it, but I want this to be clear. I came to you because I trusted you, because this information was given to me by somebody who was none of those people on any of those pictures. You haven't even mentioned the person that gave me this information. And in fact, the person that gave me the information loathes every single person on that picture except for me. I don't guess they loathe you, although they probably do at this point. Let's see, we got LeBon, we've got Patricia Steer, we've got you, we've got me. Who am I missing? I'm not looking at your thing here. Anyway, the person who gave me this information is not who you think. There wasn't any sort of agenda, except for people tend to share videos with me that they find interesting or compelling, and this one certainly was. And my agenda was to approach you first and get in touch with Matt through you, and possibly present this thing in such a way that it could have been handled like adults, okay? But obviously, that was never going to be the case because I went through you. That was my mistake. I think that's been Matt's mistake. I don't know how long he's been allowing you to talk for him. I mean, like you said, you do feed him all of his lines. Like, for example, you told me when he was on the show with us on This Week in Flat Earth, if you noticed, this is your words, if you noticed that every 10 or 15 minutes he's texting back and forth with someone, if you go back and watch that show, you'll notice he's texting back and forth with someone. Well, that was me feeding him what to say and trying to keep him on point. So that was your claim. So I submit that however long Matt has been allowing you to do this, if that's even true, I doubt it's true. I bet you probably made it up. And I think it's possible that you made up the conversation where Matt told you he never worked for NASA, because I don't trust you. So I don't know what to believe from you. I think it's probably a good idea not to believe anything you say until I see proof for it. And that's a pretty good thing to do in any case with the scientific method, but I don't think the word enemies or kings and pawns ever comes into the scientific method. Just saying. And by the way, I do appreciate the compliment on my videos. I appreciated it the first several times you complimented me on my videos when I was on your show. So that's a very kind thing of you to say. I realize that you're trying to sort of play both sides of this fence, and I guess you really wish that one little snippet didn't come out on that phone call. Otherwise, I'd still be honky-dory with you, and we'd probably be wrapping up our Friday night hangout tonight, but I'm really glad that it came out as it did. Obviously, I wished it would have come out a lot more cleaner. I wished I wouldn't have stumbled on this information, these old tapes with Matt. I wished I hadn't uncovered you as a totally untrustworthy, lying backstabber who plays both sides of the fence in order to manipulate people. But again, I've dealt with that sort of person before. There's nothing unique about it. You're not smarter than anyone. People just tend to be trusting, and the fact that you take advantage of people's trust and really don't appear to have any sort of remorse for it is, to me, a testament to your character. And I think that honor and trustworthy character are very important in this truth movement, especially with the flat Earth. And again, I appreciate the compliment, and I'm going to continue to make good proof videos, whether you watch them or not. I don't care. I'm going to continue working on the Globebuster shows, and maybe one day we'll do another Friday night hangout with Geo. I really like that guy, and in fact, I'd love to have him on the Globebusters. I thought we were going to have you on last week, but anyway, the whole thing is sort of depressing, and it's always sad to lose a friend, or at least lose what you thought was a friend. But again, with friends like you, I don't know what you would possibly need with an enemy.
'Cause now, look, all the Tim Osmond shit, it's totally disappeared, and everything fell on this guy right here. They couldn't turn the heat back to me because I exposed the heat as for what it was. So they said, oh no, we can't fuck with this guy anymore. He's 10 steps ahead of us every single time. He's 10 fucking steps ahead of us.
Oh, wow. Delusions of grandeur, too. Okay, so you're 10 steps ahead of everybody, yet you've been wrong on every single point that you've made in this video. I can prove that many of the points you've made in this video are wrong, but some of the points in this video that you've made, I just personally know that you're wrong because you're making assumptions about me and about where I'm getting my information and my motives. I appreciate you theorizing, but the fact that you have an inventive imagination doesn't mean that you are onto anything. Until you can correlate your theory with something in reality, it's really just a fanciful theory. So I don't think people are not messing with you because you're 10 steps ahead of them. I think people are not messing with you because you're a bit unstable and you're not making a whole lot of sense half the time. And again, I will say again to you, I watched a few of your videos and I like some of your stuff too. So I'm not going to say all of your stuff is crap, but I am going to say that when you do poor research, when you lie about people, when you stab people in the back, when you play both sides of the fence to manipulate people, it's always going to fall back on you. I'm sure you've learned that lesson before in your life, and hopefully you'll learn it again, and maybe one day, we can be friends again. I guess that'll probably never happen, but anyway, that was my intentions and what you think are these people's nefarious goals to get heat off of this guy is just ridiculous. You can think what you want, you can have your theories, but at the end of the day, I'm just going to keep on plugging away with flat earth proofs. I'm going to keep on debunking the globe, and when people attack me, I'm going to respond in time. And when leaders of this movement or heroes of this movement turn out to be total sellouts, total liars, and alleged compulsive or pathological liars, if I get evidence of that, I'm going to expose it, whether they're your personal hero, whether it's Superman, whether it's Spider-Man, whether it's Batman and Robin. I don't care if it was Santa Claus himself that was, involved in some, let's just say, less than hero-like activities. I'm going to expose that. And, for you to not understand that, then, it just goes to show you that you're not in this for the truth. Now, also, for you to not understand why I came to you first and didn't release this information without really trying to get in touch with Matt and talk this through first, it goes to show that you are just either totally missing this whole point, or you're glossing over it because you never had any intention of a calm, peaceful resolution to this information that I had been given. So, shame on you for that. Shame on you for trying to drag my name through the mud, but I ain't going nowhere, bro. I ain't going nowhere.
So what we'll do is we'll just start going after all these other little people and getting the fucking heat off of us. And these guys, they're so fucking stupid, they're going to let her back on their show most likely, and she's going to pick them off in another way. Fucking people claim that they're so fucking smart.
Can you please reference one shred of evidence that Patricia Steere is picking off flat earthers? The only thing I've ever seen her do is promote flat earthers. I've seen you picking off flat earthers. So it's sort of funny that, criminals that have a guilty conscience, or just say people that have a guilty conscience, tend to try and accuse people who are innocent of those very issues, but will try to accuse innocent people of their very own wrongdoings. So, in other words, in you accusing Patricia of picking off flat earthers while picking off flat earthers with no proof of her picking off flat earthers is a perfect example. It's not even an analogy, it's a textbook example of my point. So, I'm really sorry that to have to make this video, Jeff, but you forced my hand, just like you sort of forced Matt's hand, and to get your stories so out of whack, to do such poor, incomplete research, to try and cast yourself in this light and put yourself on a pedestal. Not offer any proof. It is just very disappointing. And, the lesson that I've learned from this is from now on, I'm going to have to just thoroughly research people that I decide to associate myself with. And I think that's another thing that you've accomplished and that your goal is to do is to make flat earthers very untrusting of one another. But that's not going to work on me because people trust me. And the reason why people trust me is because I'm honest. An honest man doesn't have to remember what he said. A liar has to remember everything they've said because eventually a liar gets caught in a lie. Period. And that's just how reality works. Blowback. Blowback, son. Blowback.
They claim and act like they're so smart when they can't even watch their own acts. They're a liability to themselves. This guy was a liability to himself.
You've got to be kidding me. Really, this guy is a liability to himself. The person that sent me that film, and again, it was going to come out either way. They sent it to me because they realized that I'm generally pretty balanced with the way that I present information. I reckon. I mean, that's not what I've been told, but also, I had a chance to get in touch with Matt and possibly, get out ahead of this information. Again, beating a dead horse here, but I trusted you. I went to you in faith that you would, link me up with Matt and, help me in my effort to protect his image. But instead, you turned it into a shitstorm, and this shitstorm is blowing back in your face. Now, if people don't see that, who think that they're so smart, then, then I'm sorry for them. But unfortunately, Jeff, I think that people are going to see right through this because the evidence is all there. It's, it's fairly obvious to the person once you actually think this through and understand the chain of events and understand, the timeline and understand your apparent just utter hate or possibly jealousy of Patricia Steer, or possibly your hate for the flat earth movement in general. I don't know. Or perhaps, you're just taking the Jerry Springer approach to getting attention. But, one thing that Jerry Springer didn't do is he didn't lie about his guests. Now, one thing I'll tell you is that all of those guests that they had on that show was all bullshit. A friend of mine was on the Jerry Springer show one time years ago, and they wrote in and said that they'd like to be a guest on the show, and they were actually they got a free plane ride and a free hotel up in New York, and I won't mention her name, but my friend had a fetish that didn't exist. This was all just a fetish for the show, but she had a foot fetish. And at the end of the show, she licked whipped cream or ate whipped cream off of that big bald guy, I think his name's Steve's, toes. And this girl, this is nothing she would normally ever do, but she did it because, you know, people do things that they sort of normally wouldn't do if they're going to be on TV, and people do things that they normally wouldn't do for money. And so, you know, I guess that's sort of a microcosm of other examples of the similar issue. But the point of that story is that, yeah, Jerry Springer was all bullshit, but at least Jerry Springer didn't go around lying about his guests. That's a bad way to keep your credibility, Jeff. Just as a word of advice, lying about your friends and stabbing your friends in the back is a very, very easy way to lose friends and lose credibility. And I understand that this flat earth movement isn't about a popularity contest, but there is strength in numbers. There really is, and I see any element of this community that is divisive as a poison. And, you know, if my video, my expose on the certain video of Matt's past and his preemptive response to my video that I hadn't written, but if my response to his preemptive response was offensive to anyone, I apologize. There's more to it than you may think. I'm not a homophobic person. I've had lots of gay friends throughout my life. I don't think any less of them as a person. Again, you know, personally, I would never do anything like that. I think it's just self-evident that it is unnatural. And so I've never been into that. Couldn't possibly even imagine it. I don't even think I could pretend to do that for money, but some people can. And that's just, you know, we have different characters, I guess, or different moral standards. So to each his own, you know, do what thou wilt, that shall be the whole of the law. That's the whole Luciferian law. And so I'm sure that, you know, you're very familiar with that. But at the end of the day, if you do want to remain viable and remain relevant, I would suggest actually banding together with people as opposed to trying to get people to destroy one another, which is what you have done. Not what Patricia Steer has done, not what the Globebusters have done, certainly not what John LeBon has done, not even what Matt has done, although I think that Matt's number one enemy is Matt, and possibly Matt's number two enemy is you. Sorry, it's 6 in the morning here, so it's about time for me to get up. Anyways, so now that I've finished with that point, we're almost done with your video, but I'm just having so much fun, you know, sort of as a goodbye letter to someone I thought was a friend. But anyway, point proven. You'll keep more friends by not stabbing them in the back. Just a word of advice.
They knew this. They knew this because they knew him. Just like I knew him. I'd talked to him on the telephone. I'd seen his videos.
Jeff, you say you know me. You say you've seen some of my videos. And we talked on the phone a few times and we did some hangouts, but, you know, we've never actually met in person. You know, you really don't know me. You don't know really much anything about me. You don't know probably my wife's name. You don't know where I went to school. You don't know, I don't know. You know, we're acquaintances. You claim that you know me. You claim that I'm a liability to myself. You claim these people knew this, but, you know, here's where I'm going with this. My goal is to assist in this paradigm shift in a positive way. You can either be with me or against me on this. I can assure you that if you're against me, you're going to fail. That's not a threat, it's just a promise, because I just know that I have the truth on my side. I don't have anything to hide. My conscience is clear. And so, I'm not worried about it. I'm really not. I agree with you that Matt is a liability to himself. He's done a great job over the years, it seems, alienating himself. Although I still do hold, a special place in my heart for him because of, he's sort of the Morpheus to my Neo, and nothing will ever take that away. But the way that he reacted really surprised me. But now that I've had a chance to sort of think this through and talk this through, the way that he reacted was because of you. It had to have been because of the way that you approached him. He said that I was threatening to make a video when that was not the case at all. I was warning you guys and warning Matt that this video is about to come out. It's landed in my lap. Let's talk. Let's talk, because I can be a good ally in this. Not that I condone what Matt did. I certainly wanted to hear his side of the story. But to me, just being honest about it would have been far better than trying to turn this around on me as if I'm some sort of closed-minded bigot or some sort of homophobe.
Just like I know this guy is a liability to himself. And I do as much as I can to protect him. And I will continue to do as much as I can to protect him.
And by protect, you mean help him to self-destruct and make sure that everyone who really likes him and wants to try to open a dialogue with him becomes sort of a paranoid enemy to him, right? That's what you mean by help him?
But if I have to make a choice between protecting him and protecting him, I'm going to protect him.
Wow, so you really are a good liar, I'll tell you, Jeff. You are a liar. This was not an issue of choosing who to protect. And I just can't believe that this is gonna be your position, because it's just totally illogical. Anyone out there listening, ask yourself, why would I come to Jeff with this information? Why? Why would I come to Jeff with this information before releasing it and try to get in touch with Matt through Jeff, who I thought was a mutual friend, who claims to talk to Matt all the time? Why would I come to Jeff if Jeff had to choose between protecting me or Matt? First of all, I don't have anything to hide, so I don't need his protection. But second of all, I was coming to him to try to help out a mutual friend. According to him, we're on the same team trying to protect Matt. So, Jeff, your story doesn't add up. Your lies are never going to match reality, because lies don't describe reality. Lies describe a false picture of reality. And so whenever you really scrutinize or dissect a lie, it always falls apart. That's what liars don't seem to understand. And you can get away with it, and you can get away with it for so long, but eventually you're going to get caught. So I'm really ready to wrap this up, and I really hope that I don't have to catch you in any other lies. I haven't watched. This is the first time watching this all the way through, so hopefully I won't have to catch you in any more lies, at least in this section. This is going to be a big documentary, so there are other sections.
Every single time. Again, if y'all are not willing to stare down the fucking barrel of the gun that's pointed at your face and keep giving him views, giving him subs, not this guy, these people, and the people they're connected to. You keep giving them views and giving them subs, you'll never have for a real movement.
So that's what it's all about. That's what it all boils down to. The lowest common denominator. Jealousy. It comes down to the fact that Jeff wants some of that Patricia Steer subscriber action, but Jeff's not getting that. And even though Jeff, obviously is best friends with Matt Powerland, he still really wasn't getting all that love. And, I did a couple shows with you, and I brought up your subscriber and live listener count considerably because I shared, your show on Facebook to all my friends and invited people to come and hang out with us. So, and I even plugged your show a couple of times because, that's what friends do. And by the way, what you're doing with this is propaganda. For people that have never, watched Patricia Steer's show, or people that have never watched my stuff, you're basically giving them a false understanding. First of all, I stand behind my work. I'm certainly, no professional filmmaker, or I wouldn't be making flat earth videos, but I spend a lot of time on it, and I've dedicated myself to it, and I've put out a lot of good proofs. So is Jaredism. We've had a lot of good shows on the Globebusters. We've dedicated our lives to this. We have a pretty good amount of subscribers. Jaredism has a lot. He's got over 25,000. I've got 10, 11,000 subs. These are not major numbers by any stretch of the imagination, but when we tend to band together and plug each other's stuff and open up new lines of dialogue and sort of share ideas and even have disagreements and work through those disagreements, see, that's what grows a movement. And furthermore, I submit that this movement's never going to grow beyond a certain point on social media alone. So I think that likes and subs, your be-all, end-all. Really, I believe the whole motivation for most of this is, you want attention and you're jealous of, you're jealous of some Patricia Steer. And, that's a noble, a noble motive, Jeff. But at the end of the day, subs and likes and thumbs ups are not going to make a real big difference. I mean, it does help. It does help to share videos that you like that have moved you. And it does help to make videos, even if it's a short one, even if you're new at it, and put something out there because it might touch somebody. But even if you only change one single person from a total glober to at least a flat earth skeptic, then you've done a great thing. And so even you, Jeff, I commend you because I believe that you've probably helped people come over to the flat earth. I would imagine, I suspect. Like I said, I've seen a few of your videos. We've hung out a few times, and it seemed like we agreed on a lot of things. And I was 100% willing to help promote your channel and grow together and work together, and I'm just really surprised that you're presenting this in such a way as that you had to choose between protecting me and protecting Matt when the clear choice was to work together with me to protect Matt. That was the clear choice, but it's very slick of you. It's very slick of you to try and pull this off. But, my subscribers and anybody that's paying attention and anyone who, watches the rest of this documentary will understand where I'm coming from and will understand that I would normally be willing to call a truce, but I know to a person like you that means nothing. once I've heard you say the things that you've said about me behind my back, thinking that no one was listening, then that's enough for me to cut ties with you. You can make videos about me from here to kingdom come. This is my first and only response to them. Do what you're gonna do. I hope that you choose to spend your time making flat Earth videos instead of hating on Patricia Steer videos or whatever it is you're gonna do, or whatever. Do whatever you're gonna do. And you already said you're getting tired of defending the flat Earth movement, so maybe that's a sign.
You will never have shit for a real movement. Now, these guys, they're so docile, they didn't even want to goddamn fight. They wasn't willing to stick up for this guy, which maybe they shouldn't have stuck up for him in that circumstance, but still, to just boot him off their fucking channel. Trying to make room for maybe this guy or her? Who replaces him? Guarantee it ain't him. Guarantee it ain't him. Who replaces him here?
Okay, Jeff, I know that you made this video in haste without checking all your facts, but indeed, again, I'll say for the third time that I'm still on the Globebusters Wednesdays and Sundays. That's 8 p.m. Eastern on Wednesdays and 3 p.m. Eastern on Sundays. So right now, it looks like nobody's going to replace me. So maybe I will just replace myself, or maybe I'll get a cardboard cutout, or maybe I'll get two of me. That'd be great.
And when the replacement is named, I guarantee you, nobody will even look at it. Nobody will even look at it twice. All you flat earthers out there that think that the flat earth is about love and unity, let me explain something to you. The flat earth is a constant 24-hour-a-day fucking fight, whether you want to fucking fight or not. And if you ain't got no fight in you, you better get the fuck out.
Oh, being in the flat earth movement is definitely a 24-hour, 365-day fight. But it is not really a fight, it's a scientific series of experiments that need to be done with every single globe earther on the world. And so if you want to put this in the analogy of a fight, then we can, but I'd rather put it in the analogy of a scientific contest and a battle for souls. It's a battle for the truth. And so if there is a fight, if you want to call this a fight, then the fight is against the heliocentric paradigm. That's the enemy. The enemy is this bad science. The enemy is the faulty assumptions that everything is built on. The enemy is the spinning globe. The enemy is the theory of gravity, or the theory of space-time as a rectilinear fabric. The theory of gravity is a warping of this rectilinear fabric, which is made of nothing. These are the sort of things that are the enemies. They're ideas. They're ideas that have been planted like seeds into our young minds, which grow with us into our belief systems to this very day. And this doesn't just apply to science and the globe. This applies to just about any topic you can think of, including gender confusion, premature sexuality, and again, we'll get more deeply into this, but this is a chemical issue, and this is a psychological issue, and so the battle, not only is it against heliocentrism, but the battle is also against the status quo, which involves brainwashing our children. And for you to basically make your channel become about bashing flat earthers and tell us that this is about a fight between flat earthers, that's your thing. Maybe you should go live on a globe, because there's no room in the flat earth community for people that just want to fight each other. Take some of that fight to the, globe earthers. Take some of that fight, go out into the street and take a cab ride somewhere and talk to the cab driver about the flat earth for a 30-minute cab drive. That'll blow his mind. But that's how you make a difference, is one person at a time. That's the battle. It's info wars for not to use the cliche, but it is. It's a battle for our minds. It's propaganda. That's what we're battling against. And for you to say that we should be battling against Patricia Steere is the most ridiculous thing I've ever heard. The power is with the people, sir. The power isn't with Jeff. The power isn't with John the Morgile. The power isn't with Matt. The power isn't with Patricia. But when we all come together as a people, that's where the power is. And that's what the government is ultimately afraid of. And if there could possibly be one unifying thing in this entire world, it is by far and exclusively the flat earth. That is it. That is the only one thing that can literally unify everyone, even homophobes and homosexuals, I believe. And this truth brings people closer to God. This truth changes people's lives, and the battle is a spiritual battle against spiritual wickedness, against principalities, against evildoers in high places, and against ideals. It's against scientism as a belief system, as a paradigm. The battle is against that, as opposed to science as a logical process to discern the truth. So that's the battle. Is let's change the definition of science, right? And let's get a new definition, and maybe we'll just call it zetetic, because it's really the same thing, the scientific method and the zetetic process. But we tend in our delusional state of iPhones plugged directly into our brains to convince ourselves that theoretical astrophysics is somehow a science. Yeah, that's the problem. That's the enemy. The enemy isn't Patricia Steere. That is the most paranoid, jealous, childish, haterish thing to say. I mean, dude, I thought you were a crazy cool Southern dude. I didn't know you were a little hater. Man, dude, grow up, bro.
And go back to the globe, because this hadn't even begun yet. The fight hasn't even begun yet. When it does begin, people like me are going to have to know who's got my back. People like this is going to have to know who's got his fucking back.
Well, it's pretty obvious to know who's got your back when they jab a knife directly into it, Jeff. Matt's no dummy, so you know who's got your back. Matt is the one who jabbed a knife into it. Okay, you know who's got my back? Jeff, the one who jabbed a knife into it. So yeah, I'm sure. I'd rather have Jason frickin' Voorhees having my back than you, bro.
I owe you money or something?
People like this should know who's got your fucking back. If you're not willing to fight and all you're about is love and unity and kumbaya, turn in your fucking sword, turn in your fucking armor, and fucking start making your little fucking videos.
Right. See, that's why I say you are an agent provocateur. You want to turn this into a fight. Not a fight against the actual enemy, which is the heliocentric model, or against these faulty assumptions. you want us fighting amongst each other. It's the classic tactic, Jeff. Everyone's onto it. Divide and conquer. You're really going to try to use old Hegel, the old Hegelian dialectic on us. Get real, man. Matt, if you are real and on the up and up, I really hope you see your friend Jeff for what he is. And yeah, he's got your back all right. He's got your back like frickin' Freddy Krueger.
Because it's going to be a fight. We're going to be infiltrated. We have been infiltrated. Why wouldn't they fucking infiltrate us?
There he is. He's telling you right there. They have to tell you. We've been infiltrated, and indeed we have. Jeff comes on the scene, makes a few good videos, and now it's, we all have to fight against each other. What a load of crap, man. Yeah, let's all sing Kumbaya by the fire. That sounds a lot better than stabbing each other in the back.
Quit being a bunch of docile That's all I got to say. Goodbye.
Well, I think that about sums it up on this section. Hopefully you can clearly see that Jeff obviously does not have the best interests of the flat earth movement at heart. Dude's definitely got some fight in him, but he's pointing his, proverbial gun in the wrong direction. Coming out and attacking me, coming out and attacking Matt, or basically using me to come out and attack Matt, or actually using Matt to preemptively come out and attack me in a response video for a video that I never made, which I confided in you that I wanted to talk to Matt about first before even releasing it, which I may not have released it had I spoken with him, but it was going to come out anyway, so at least he would have been able to prepare for it. But instead of that conversation, I got a nice, very slanderous, full of lies, preemptive response video from Matt, courtesy a la Jeff, because instead of relaying to Matt that I wanted to talk to him about this as a rational adult, because some very big things were about to be exposed on him, instead of doing that, you're going to turn this into a fight. I'm not going to participate. I'm just going to, I'm showing you for what you are, and that's all I got to say about that. And I hope you guys enjoy the rest of this documentary. I'm not sure what order I'm going to do this in, so maybe this is the end or maybe this is just the beginning. But I wanted you guys to sort of see where I'm coming from on this on a broader scope, and hopefully you enjoy or have enjoyed.
Sent Friday, January 15th at 9:19 a.m. from phone number 919.
Hey, bro, this is Jeff. Just give me a call. I'm sitting out in the parking lot waiting for a salon to open up so I can get in there and work on my machine. I got about 30 minutes. You want to give me a call? That's just fine. That's it. 919-827.
End of message. Sent Friday, January 22nd at 10:04 p.m. from phone number 919.
Hey, it's Jeff, man. I think I just accidentally cut the whole damn thing off, so I'm going to try to crank it all back up. Just hang tight, I'll send you a message.
End of message.
Anyway, some more gal called me today, because I've been playing friendly nice with this motherfucker, just because I've had so much trouble out of fucking Pat Steer and Mark Sargent and fucking all the rest of them. Because I've been giving them a fucking headache. I've been giving them a real fucking headache. And I can tell you, just because I've had so much trouble out of fucking Pat Steer and Mark Sargent and fucking all the rest of them. Because I've been giving them a fucking headache. I've been giving them a real fucking headache. Just because I've had so much trouble out of fucking Pat Steer and Mark Sargent and fucking all the rest of them. Because I've been giving them a fucking headache. I've been giving them a real fucking headache. Just because I've had so much trouble out of fucking Pat Steer and Mark Sargent and fucking all the rest of them. Because I've been giving them a fucking headache. I've been giving them a real fucking headache.
Received on Friday, January 29th at 4:58 p.m.
Hey, John, it's Matt. So I got your number, a very nice message there about, there seems to be a lot of people trying to, take me out. And there's a lot of paranoia. I looked at Lori Ferrari's interview. I don't know what you guys are doing. This whole expose was attacking the globalist map, which was the globe. And now they're attacking a functional mapping of flight routes through the north. You know, the UN projection, the AE map. And I would love to be on Globebusters, talk to you. I mean, I don't know, Lawrence Wright, he's a dead ringer for Jimmy Saville's love child. Yeah, Jimmy Saville, look him up. Sounds just like him. And, I don't know, a little stint in a sitcom called Undressed on MTV is not gay porn. But yeah, if you want to support me, that'd be fantastic. Because I know quite a bit about Hollywood. I've had about 7 offers I turned down. Over the past decade and change. And I just got a big one last week. Looks like they're taking up a notch because I didn't take their olive branch again. Stick to the scientific method. Let's do a straight expedition across Antarctica. So I hope this wasn't taken out of context. I record everything. Anyways, bud, give me a call back. Love to be on Globebusters to clear everything up. Cheers.
Sent Sunday, January 31st at 3:39 p.m. from phone number 786. Duration 2 minutes 34 seconds.
Because he had a mild acting career to find out about Hollywood. Who pays you, John? You're a liar. You haven't even tried to reach me once. You texted me today after I put out a video because I got heads up on your smear tactics. Who's paying you? You live in a trailer? Like Gene Hackman and the negotiator listening on people, you and Kristen Wolf? Why do you care to attack me so much, John? And why did you get assigned to represent my model on that Shill Art Bells episode? How come you didn't come to see the white elephant? You just picked up the phone. I recorded you hanging up on me, you fake. So anytime you want to call me back, like a man, okay, who doesn't twist MTV, schlocky sitcoms, whatever, from like 2001, try to twist them that they're pornography. I mean, how fucking desperate are you guys to stop this movement? Right? I'm the mountain in the way. And you fucking globalists came in here because you knew you were losing, and now you're fake, like you're the ones running the movement. Yeah, this is also on camera, John, that you're not picking up the phone and that you didn't call me. I've been waiting for your phone call, but I got a real job. Right? I gotta make ends meet. Who pays your bills, buddy? How'd you buy that camper? You're a fucking phony, man. You're an ex-fucking Marine op, and you look at your old photos, you fit the physique, the profile of somebody who used to work for some fucking organization, and now you're shilling. 2 months wet behind the ear in Flat Earth, you're an Art Bell show? Representing my model? Dude, you had your agents watching me real time on my wizard page, the wizard Matt Powell, to see what I was going to say about the fucking interview. Because I got heads up from counter intel that you were going to drop the bomb that night. You're bullshit, John. You're a greasy fucking fake hippie that used to have a short haircut and work for something. Something fucking that has with structural violence in the government. And now you put up this fucking smear video. Get off my fucking model, you globalist. Get the fuck out of the movement. You're not moving the mountain. I started this shit in 2002 before fucking YouTube and Facebook. So eat it.
End of message. To arrange